So, hello, my dear. How you doing, Wendy? How you doing? How you doing? How's everything?
Hello, I'm great. I just woke up. I will do my very best.
That's
Yes.
okay. Well, I got you here. I got you today. We're gonna help each other out. And I'm excited to talk about the Bugosphere and
Yeah.
just so much of its correlations that I'm just mind blowing. The more I just watch a documentary or just like go back into some of my notes, right? And it's also the beautiful connection to what everyone is seeing now. The way that people are seeing orbs right now, it's beyond. It's crazy, right? Like everyone's like, oh, look, I had this on film. Kamari the other day with her mom, Rachel. And these things right now are coming to light because they've always been here, right? It's crazy. It's like when you ask somebody, why now? It's the conditions are right. That's why. And when you know how to respond to that, man, it's crazy. So if anybody want, what's up, Aware Mind? How you doing, buddy? How's everything?
Hi there. I'll just let you know I'm on my lunch break in my office. And the what do you call it? The reception isn't necessarily very great in here, so apologies if I either drop out or drop off.
Oh my
Um,
God, you sound better than most of the panelists when they don't know how to use a mic. So I think you're doing great.
uh, you know me. Well, I'm getting a lot of experience talking thanks to Wendy. So that's we can put that down to you guys a little bit too. I think being part
Oh,
of Wendy's panel has been pretty good for my live experience. I think.
I
You can
think
go
it's very
ahead.
good. Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell him that he does a fantastic job. And I'm so sorry, Astro. I'm grabbing coffee right now. I would actually love to talk about the Bugosphere and the documentary that you watched and what you learned and what I don't know and tell me all the things.
Okay, all right. So what I can tell you, what I've been putting together, right? The more of how I see this, it's like a compressed universe. It's like the compressed universe inside, right? And it has all the mechanics of ourselves and everything around us. And it actually it's a field modulator that resonates with this environment as we do. It's literally understanding that. And what's crazy about it, it's metallic alloy that, like, the more I go back into when orbs were kind of experienced through history, it's always this metallic alloy. So from the beginning of time, right? And the thing about it is that, humans live only like up to 100, yeah, some 120, but like the majority. So it's like the memory of what we like lived through, right, can be very easily, lost in translation. Right. And that's what I love about the Bugosphere, because it's like that translator itself. Right. And the thing that blows my mind is that this also understands the connection of Mercury based anti-gravity, 0 point energy, right? All that stuff that is within this, sphere, right? Because it does have a central chip, right? So it's like a cosmic memory device. It's a cosmic memory device. Go ahead, Wendy.
No, that's interesting. You're right. It has 0 point energy, it has anti gravity,
Right? And
it
that
has
0 point,
all of the things.
go ahead.
Yes.
uh,
No, that's
um,
amazing.
the episode of American Alchemy, which is like this guy called Jesse Michaels podcast, which if you guys aren't familiar with it, you should really give it a check it out, because he's right into exactly the same things that you guys are always talking about. Hey, that episode that I sent to you, Wendy, and it's one of them. I think it's his second latest one. There's this guy called Jordan Jozak on it. I'm pretty sure that's what he's called, and he describes himself being he was sort of in like a gate program, and what happened was the people running it, eventually he sort of got behind a few sort of I don't know, like a few level he got a few levels up, like past the entry level. And what happened to him was they bought, apparently according to him, they bought him something which sounds a lot like a crystal ball, probably about the same size of the Boogosphere. And the crystal ball actually communicated with him telepathically, and it sort of would show, like, images would appear in the sort of glass or whatever as well. But it also, I think he said that it communicated with him telepathically, and it was called Sylvia. and he talks in his in that podcast about his experiences, sort of communicating with this crystal ball like thing that called Sylvia, that seemed to have like, like it was like an entity, like it had a personality. It may have been tech, or it may have been, I don't know how it could be biological, but it sounded like advanced AI, and it was like a relic.
Okay, I'm definitely watching that podcast. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
I
So,
have this pressing question, Astro, about the Bugosphere. I can't put the pieces together. So we talked about this yesterday, I think, on your live, how the resin on the Bugosphere, right, is carbon dated
mhm.
back 12,560 years. So does that indicate an ancient civilization? I mean, there is advanced or sorry, I'm trying to wake up here, but there's advanced manufacturing involved with this aerospace aluminum that was used, right? It requires really sophisticated manufacturing. Was it an advanced civilization, or was it the ultra terrestrials? Was it part of the sphere network? Do you have any thoughts on this, either of you? Because it's bugging me.
Yes. I can give you my thoughts on it and what I put together. So if you think about it, this correlates to 12,500 to the flood of Noah, to that before the Ice Age, and to where we are now in the beginning of what the Anunnaki came after that. So it correlates with the timeline. And that's what blew my mind, right? Because it also coordinates with the Earth tilt in science. We have the 25,900 year cycle, the wobble. When we find the midpoint into that, right, it's a 12,500 base, right? So these are axis points, right? These are like intersections, right? And so when we talk about this resin, right, it's not only very aligned with the Anunnaki satellite of time, but it also correlates with every story of the Bible, of scriptures, and that itself, right? And just the fact that it's a field modulator and it has conductivity within that, by understanding its environment and loving the frequency and resonating with the frequency of love from the heart. It's literally like us, right? As we are going through our environment, we mold and we are actually conditioned by it, right? So that's what I found fascinating by it. And there's a fascination that it is like, when I put in the astrology, your blueprint, right? It's your cosmic blueprint, and the universe is together. It's like the manual of the engine that we live in. I'm just blown away, right? The flower of life of what you put up in this picture, it's in the top of it. That's Venus. And you know what's crazy about that? Because it connects science to it, Wendy. Something we can observe and make a meaning for ourselves, something to ground us upon. And we're here to figure that out. That's part of it too. And it is ancient because as cycles happen, right? Star Wars was the future, but was it? There was just no propaganda in that, but maybe it was a futuristic time. So this cycle, yeah, Wendy, it's and where it was found is also interesting, and the fact also that that it's connected to the 18 microspheres. That right there is Stonehenge, right? That's a connection of understanding the pressure point of a lifetime. It's the moments of where we have our nodal timing. So the sphere has the nodes too, and I think people get scared of the sphere network because they're like, what do you mean we're living in a fucking prison? They're watching us, the custodial aliens and all that, the watchers. Well, part of that is the matrix, right? Once you become conscious of it, it serves you. You don't get utilized by it. So go ahead, please, Aware Mind.
Oh yeah. Was the time frame for the Boogosphere about the, what is it, 10,600 years? Because
12,000.
that's 12,000. Well, even so, that's like about the same amount of the right amount of time to sort of line up with Plato's Atlantis, like as described to Solon by the Egyptian priests.
There
That was
you
like,
go.
yeah, the Egyptian priests said it was 9,000 years in the past, and that was back in 2007, like 600 BC or 800 BC or something. So that's right in that right timeline for the supposed Atlantean civilization. And then you also have Göbekli Tepe, which is like totally real and has been dated to that exact sort of time frame as well. And that's a really mysterious thing because those guys definitely had sort of advanced astrological sort of knowledge as well, and they strangely enough buried their stone temple like deliberately to sort of give us some sort of like a time capsule for people of the future too.
Think about that. You just said something wise, right? Because only the wise ones. Wouldn't it be wise to know how this network works, the engine, so you know when to utilize agriculture and all that jazz too, right? Because the Farmer's Almanac utilized that back in the days, like in the early 1900s, right? And what's interesting about this is because one thing I tell Wendy is that you know how to follow the truth? There's consistency. And there's alignments and stories. Like when I told Wendy a couple of my predictions that the ufologists that she follows also had, but they're not astrologers. I'm not a ufologist, but there's a cosmology, a science. That's where I'm going at. Because if you understand the science, you can talk your own expression of belief with any other practice because you know the fundamentals, that part. So I want to welcome in my brother, which is a miracle. Look, Wendy, hello. He stayed up. Thank you, South. Thank you so much for being here. You were looking into it and you brought up a point about the Venus five-pointed star. And that was fascinating, right? Because the symbology is the universal language that we can all really start to understand. So I don't know if you want to add on something to it, please. Welcome.
Well, I was just typing in, as you can tell, the nodal changes happen every 19 months, which is the same amount of time that Venus does its retrograde, which is what the 5-point star is. That's why it's every eight years that the 5-point star does that rotation and it clicks. Every 8 year it clicks 1 degree, the 5-point star, it moves, right? And it's it's aligned with, like I said, the nodes, our sole purpose that changes every 19 months. Yeah, exactly. And it's connected through the years. What a coincidence is also what? The moon phase. So I'm a Pisces moon, but I'm a crescent Pisces moon, which is different than all the others. So every 19 years on my birthday, I become the same phase and the same spot in the zodiac.
Thank you for that. So it's the mechanics. So when he talks about those returns, right, the 19 months, it's all mechanical, right? It's all mathematical. It's all an equation that we are able to understand how we calculate, right? We can do the calculations and you're able to understand that this is a fucking compressed universe for us to see because it's so connected to the love of who we are. As he was talking about Venus represents the value. It represents our heart, right? That part of the copper that within our value of who we are allows us to conduct ourselves in better connectivity around our surroundings, right? And this is a moment in time, I tell you. It is. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, aware of mind. Thank you for saying. Thank you. So, I don't know, Wendy, I'm a little bit nervous here. My brother's helping me out. Thank you for joining my people down there and everybody else. Thank you. We're making this happen.
You're doing great. You're doing great. I love talking about the Bugosphere and the astrological connection because this is not my forte and I've learned so much from you. So thank you, South, as well. I love your prompt. Are you connected? Is my jam. What were
Oh,
your
we can start
thoughts?
answering that. Okay.
Yeah. What were your thoughts behind the prompts?
So are you connected, right? So for me, for example, right, the connection is something that happens within a daily basis and actually an hourly basis, especially now. So I can be connected in the early morning, but in the afternoon, situation arises of consequences I need to kind of, face. And am I connected then, right? Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. So I believe the connection comes with alignment. That's where I was going at with this, right? It's a beautiful fucking prompt right there. Look at that.
Yes, yes. One of the challenges with being an amateur ufologist is bringing in the consciousness portion of UAP disclosure. And it's interesting how the communities are starting to integrate. As far as people starting to understand that everything is connected, there is no separation, it's all a perfect circle. How has your audience resonated with the fact that everything is about consciousness?
Oh, and that's consciousness is key. And I love because I connected with like the ego, the super ego, and there's the id, right? Like Sigmund Freud. And so Sigmund Freud talks about this of understanding the three state of awareness. It's subconscious, the conscious, the superconscious, or the ego, whatever you want to call it, right? But these connections of consciousness allow us to understand, right, from a subconscious level, the connection together make a reality of alignment happen. So it is consciousness, because you like in astrology, one of the things that I connect to, you follow in all kind of practices, right, is when you're conscious, because you take consequences and you're able to embody what you are bringing together. And right now we're able to see literally within those who speak, and the matching doesn't come with the actions. We're starting to see the mask fall that way. Why? Because the universe gives us time to speak before we do it. It's kind. God is merciful. For those Christians, I love you out there. But time comes to an end for a better cycle. And this is why right now, one of the things, not to go off course for the collective, is remember, this is a time to know how to express from the heart. I've said it from early this year. If you don't know how to live in a loud world, I will pray for you. It's not a bad thing. We were in a very kumbaya world from 2012 all the way to the beginning of 2026 here. Now it's loud, but loudness is what we've been looking for expression. And so the connection is understanding the universal conditions. Because Wendy, when you go to get a diagnosis, right, you need to understand the condition in order to solve, find a cure, a solution. And that's what I love about cosmology, that Stephen Greer, Bledsoe, all they utilize it, right? Not to read natal charts, that's my practice, but it's an engine of science. That's what it is. It's so fascinating. And that's why I get a little upset in community, because I see the science community, they become extremely rigid because it's science without a meaning becomes stale. It becomes rigid, right? But when you add a meaning to it, it becomes a whole. Just like when you have philosophy and you're full of meaning, but you don't have an objective to observe, you're the meaningless of where you're getting nowhere because you don't have a grounding objective in life. They both are needed handed. Does that make sense, Wendy? I'm not going to monologue here anymore, so we're going to move on. But if that answered the question, because she's still the boss. He
No,
hates when I
she's
say that.
not. No, she's not. No, no, it makes perfect sense. It's fascinating. And my intent when I first started my life was connecting the consciousness portion of UAP disclosure and talking to people about that. And so that's, yeah, good stuff. Thanks so much. I'll defer back to you to say hi to stuff.
Okay, so hello, Steph. We're talking a little bit about are you connected? And we have a picture of the Boogosphere there and all that. So, I'll give you a little time to express. That's my brother up there that I always talk about, Steph. We do astrology together for already almost 3 years. I can't believe that, but that's all. All right, go ahead, Steph.
Time flies, blow flies, the whole work flies, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, time is just going magnificently fast. So 3 years, I guess, in this time frame is virtually a blink these days. But are we connected? Oh, yes. And there's more to come. There's so much more. I love the image that you've got up there, Astro. I love your lives. I love your vibe. Everything about you is just super, super on point. And especially now. And g'day everybody. G'day Wendy. G'day Astro's brother, South. So yeah, are we connected? Absolutely. And, like I said, there's more to come. There's more opportunity to connect. And it is getting so much easier to connect. Years and years and years ago, it used to be that people would channel, and nobody would believe that they were actually doing it, that they actually had the ability to do so. But these days, there is so much more happening and so many more people becoming connected, and people that weren't expecting to connect, like myself. It's just getting easier and easier to actually connect to spirit is where I'm heading with that one. So yeah, we are connected, and to whatever is out there, whatever you believe, it is so much easier to become connected. So yes, I agree with that. The whole thing. Yes.
Thank you for that. There, and that's why we think of it like a network, right? And we are a piece of its network, right? And when we have
Oh,
moments
yeah.
of a cycle of
Yeah.
movement, right? It's learning how to adapt, right? There's one of the things that that I've been saying for a while, right? Like something I came up with. I'm sure there's been probably said before, but it's one of my mottos that's right now called detach, adapt, reattach, evolve. I dare you. Detach, adapt, reattach, evolve. Not disassociate right now. This energy right here. I never thought I'd be in this kind of panel talking with people like this in my, but hey, it's awkwardly awesome. This is like awkward time because it's new. It's like you've always lived in the summer and now after 50 years, you move up to Greenland or the north and you experience the winter. It's new. That's what it is, kind of. And so we start to understand that nothing is certain right now. Don't go micromanaging uncertainty that's not allowing you to take action. That's going to be the biggest regret of our lifetime now. And we're doing it. Wendy, you put me in, like, boom, let's do this. I'm like, oh my God, let's plan something now. No, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to do the astrology. And I love this. So we are connected right now more than ever, guys. The only right now disconnection is your disassociation. So let's welcome Emily. And what's up, Emily? How you doing? Have you been on my panel before? If not, welcome. Or on Wendy's.
Hello. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. I've been waiting for so long, it seems like my whole life for this moment. And I feel like I always knew that it was going to happen in my time, but I didn't really know how to explain it. And I just feel like it's so amazing that I'm going to be able to witness all of this. But I honestly think we all need to unify and unite for it to be comfortable, for everything to settle in and happen the way it should happen, honestly.
Okay. So hello, Melissa. I'm going to get down to her in a little bit. So let me ask you a question, Emily. So what would be because you said that should happen, right? Like, can you elaborate on that? Because I'm interested. What do you think should
Well,
happen?
well, honestly, like I feel like there's a big thing that's coming to play soon. I don't know when, but I know it is soon. And I feel like the more of us that come together and bring our energies together, those high vibration energies, it's going to be more welcoming for everything and more of an awakening for everybody to change the way things are going right now in the world. I feel like if we could all come together and then this all happen at the same timing, everything will work out perfect. That's honestly what I think. I mean, we might go through hardships at first, but I really feel like this world will do like a 360, honestly.
Thank you for that. Wow, that's quite a spin there. Now, when we start to connect, there's one thing that I realize that we are all doing exactly what we need to do. You know that? You know that the universe, whether you like it or not, is going to make a confrontation, but life gives us a choice ahead of time, right? Because we have awarenesses. And right now, one of the things that I'm pushing as Wendy is like, we are exactly what we're supposed to be. Sometimes we might be off course. The moment that happens, remind to center yourself and make actions happen from what you're doing. You are protected. Nothing can touch you unless you decide to go off course, right? Because bitterness and resentment, all that good appetizers that we get can really get the best out of the, most kindest human beings right now,
Yes, you're
right? Because
totally right. You're totally right.
okay, all right. Thank you for being here.
100%. Thank you.
Melissa, you're welcome. How you doing, Melissa? Welcome. This is a new thing we're doing today. Wendy's like, Astro, you got take a little live. And I'm like, okay. I'm nervous, right? But you know what? It's about integration. I've always connected with everybody through astrology, right? Not just astrology, you're a Christian, right? And look how we connect. That right there is what we need to have more of in this life right now. Can we connect from different beliefs? It's not about agree to disagree. That's so cheap, like a fucking date on a takeout on a bad day, right? Come on. We need to learn how to just understand. Sorry, so how to connect a little better. And if you
Yes,
don't find the
there's.
connections there, right? Go ahead, please.
Well, I was just saying, there's so much division already. Like, let's just come together and see what everyone's got, and yeah.
And
I
if,
just
and
got
if,
on here, so I haven't been on here. I haven't heard what you guys are talking about. So,
okay, well, let me ask you a question then, because like the prompt, right? Are
okay.
you connected, right? That we're answering that question. Like, I would like to hear your, like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. Smart girl you are.
Well,
So go ahead.
What always comes to mind is that picture that you have of Jesus and the alien, and um, they've they've I believe we are, and it's just a matter of time. You know, it's here. We're in that time.
I mean, it's in the book of Ezekiel. It's in many of the books, right, that we have a lot of podcasts about. Look at all my ladies here, like staying up late for a little bit. Thank you for coming here, right? We're talking about the Bugosphere, but we're answering the question about the connection. Thank you for that, Melissa. Anna, Firewoman, how are you? Thank you for staying up. I'm about to cry, and I don't cry, right? That's not a good thing. Or it is maybe. Um, Welcome. We're talking a little bit about Bugosphere and other stuff, but we're all kind of trying to answer the question here. And I would like to hear your point of view. Are we connected?
Yeah, so I'm also kind of fading a little bit, but I, really, we all have different areas of expertise. We all have different knowledge bases that we can bring to the table. And so, talking about various topics like the Bugosphere and bringing in that different knowledge bases to see how everything can connect and intertwine. That's how it's like a puzzle coming together because it's a lot harder to put together a puzzle by yourself, but when you have or a some kind of I guess challenge, but when we can work together as a team with our different skill sets, our knowledge bases, that's where we can really figure some stuff out.
I love that. Yes. Yeah. Bring your skill, right? Respond to your ability, not your disability. I know people don't like to hear that, but sometimes we respond to our disability because we're not good at it. Like I told you, right? Like I'm not good at sports, right? The only time I tried out was when I was going for a date, right? But I did not play sports well. I try. I'm a good runner though, right? So it's understanding, yeah, the gift within you. I think that's important. And I made a question the other day: if an alien were to, if a gray were to come to you and wake you up, wakey wakey, and ask you, what is it that you are and what's your gift, right? Kind of like, hiring. Because when we're able to really put that mindset, we can bring it into a reality. I told you, in 3 months, by December 21st of 2021, I wasn't an astro yet, but I was already starting the astrology on Instagram and on Facebook. And that day I made a wish, man. I said, okay, in 3 fucking months, I'm going to be an astrologer. I'm going to be there, but I'm not going to be on YouTube making videos. I'm going to be going live. I want to be going live. I'm going to be focused, my eye on the target. I put numerology, I put everything else aside, focus on one practice, and you make it happen. Like the ufology stuff, Wendy, my brother's here, right? I remember I was really big into this in 2012 and 13 and 14. Big time. I found so many films. So it's like you brought me back to something. Thank you for that gift. So yeah, I just wanted to share because this is like for me opening up again. And it's in my astrology. If I were to read it to you, it's mind blowing because I'm aligning it. This is the time to take those opportunities, guys. These are the best. This has been a week. I'll tell you this much. If you're missing out on opportunities because you're uncertain, well, you just lost a fucking gamble of a lifetime. There's more though, because you feel it right now. Does it inspire you right now? Motivation, inspiration is fucking running short. People are bored, annoyingly bored. That's because they're not connecting to the right reception that once gave them currency. Now it's costing them. But what do you feel? Do you feel good now? If you don't, that's fine. We have to understand how to feel the heart. And right now, it's about expressing it through inspiration, motivation. Go ahead, please, Steph.
That's exactly it. I mean, we've all got gifts that we can sometimes be unaware that we actually have. And I think, when we start connecting, we learn more about ourselves, and it's going inwards and searching your soul so deeply and figuring out why you are here. What is your reasoning for being here? Because we all get up, we all go to work, we all, do what we need to do around the house. We all do the normal day-to-day humdrum, boring things. But there's something more. There is always something more. And I've found mine, and I know that there is so much more for other people out there. I mean, I'm not your normal run-of-the-mill, day-to-day, go out and preach the word of God kind of person. That's not me. But I came I've lived a very full, scary, frightening, exciting, fun, sad, angry, mad sort of life. But I'm here now at 60 years old, and I've done something that I never ever thought was humanly possible for me. And yeah, with help, with guidance from my spirit guides, I've actually managed to build an entire app. And I've never coded in my whole entire life, but here I was being guided along the way, and it's done, and it's in beta testing now, and it's amazing. And we've all got something. We've all got something that we do, and it's so cool.
It's what makes us human and special and spicy. All right, Wendy wanted to weigh in, and after Wendy, we're gonna go to Des.
Yeah, thank you. I was just piggybacking off of something that I heard earlier, but everyone wants to make spirituality and even disclosure complicated. We know that, right? We hear it every night, right? This take action, urgent, must do attitude that I've seen in the spiritual community is really interesting, because don't we already know, right, that by simply going inward, getting rid of those blockages and aligning with our authentic self, we're already doing the job, right? Because when you align, when you get rid of the shit that we block, all the trauma that we store, once we've processed it, you already effortlessly go back to your primitive state of love. So isn't that enough? Isn't that what people like Stephen Greer are talking about when they say you can assist in disclosure, right? Don't ETs show up openly and repeatedly when we essentially are in a state of, I don't know, love and unity? You know, because he does say that higher vibrational frequencies invite ETs openly, repeatedly. Lower frequency states like hierarchy, which we see a shit ton of in this community, right? And fear, they support secrecy. So isn't it as easy as working on self rather than working on everybody else around us? Is that fair, Astro?
I love that. And South wanted to weigh in too. Yes, South, please.
No, I was agreeing with Wendy when it comes to that, because again, I'm bringing Venus in because of the Boogosphere that we were talking about. What, yes, it's our desire, goddess of love. That's a psychological way, right, of explaining it. But what is it that makes it divine? Venus, the evening and morning star. It's our motivation. It is the thing that separates us from animals to just survive, to indulge in the beauty around us, right? Through our five senses of taste, touch, right? We're supposed to indulge in these things. When people use restriction as don't enjoy these things, that's wrong. The key is not to overindulge. And that's what Venus represents. So I was just bringing it back to of why are we here? Like work on yourself by knowing what is it that makes you you. What is your motivation in life? And it can't be loving other people, because that's great. All of us do that. But what makes you unique? So
That's my brother right there.
Yes.
And I love how you bring in the because think about it like this, guy. I'm an astrologer, right? But I'm also connecting to everything. It's not just about astrology. It's my practice, right? But I love how he brings that in, because when he talks about Venus, guys, that's something that's right there, right? It's like I tell you, you don't have to believe in the winter. The winter don't care. It's not about astrology. It's about Venus, right? A part of your heart, right? It's a connection. It has a frequency that is actually by NASA measured. It's an audio. You guys can go online. So when you talk about that, right, and the Boogosphere has that, what I love about symbology, I don't like to just make interpretations of what it means to me, because that becomes a circus. Now, you can interpret it if you understand what you're looking at. I'm going to make a dirty joke now, but it actually falls in. A penis is a penis and a vagina is a vagina. That's a fact. The interpretation, well, hey, it's a unique touch. But know what you're talking about in order to interpret it. That part. Because if not, it just becomes a lot. It's heavy. We've all been down those rabbit holes. I have. But I'm going to say it again. Why Wendy, she brings in the facts. The facts are observable. This is how you don't create cults. Because when I bring in something and I show you the patterns, I give you something to observe on your own and look at it, look it up. That's why. Anyway, I'm not going to go further into that. I want to welcome Des in right there. Thank you guys for answering the question. And I hope it's going well so far. Des, are we connected?
Uh, yeah. Um, of course. Okay, so I gotta ask a couple more questions when you ask that question, right? Because are you connected? Are we connected? That's a question bigger than the Boogosphere. If you think about it, it's bigger than whether something is human-made, ancient, modern, or staged. It becomes more, are you connected? But is it connected to what? Connected to the field, connected to the earth, connected to your body, connected to the living current, right? Because yes, scientifically, we are connected. Our bodies are electrical. Our hearts and brains communicate through impulses. The earth has this electrical circuit, right? And then, of course, all the astrology in it. But if you also, it's like, so yes, my answer is yes, we are connected. But to me, the deeper question is whether connection is conscious. Are we connected through fear or through awareness?
Ah, no, see now you're going deeper. There you go. But you always have that student, right? That has to bring the question ahead of time. But you're right on that one, right? Because what are we connected to, right? You can be connected to shit, right? I snorted. How embarrassing.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it too. We get in those giggles, we'll all be snorting up there.
So, what are we connected to? Okay, Wendy. So, Wendy, would you like to? I don't know. We can navigate together, team. Right? I love how we work with. I work with you. So, another question, or where can we go from here?
I would veer left.
Okay,
Myself.
okay.
Myself. No, this is great. But as far as my own personal questions, I want to talk about Disclosure Day for a second because Astro, you're such a facilitator, and you never really have the opportunity to talk about your thoughts on Disclosure Day. And right now in the
Oh,
community, people are excited about the movie. They want to know what you think.
oh, okay. I'm gonna tell you something about the movie that just blew my mind. You know, when sometimes you expect a movie to actually like, be good, and then when you watch it, you're like, oh my god, it wasn't as good, right? Because your expectations. This was the total opposite. When I saw it with my bro, my dad, and my brother-in-law, and I even saw it when I was in Peru. What I loved about the movie, number one, was when I was able to understand where the story was coming from. It was coming from what I've been talking about for the past couple of years, the 1940s. So I already started to see a pattern recognition. And I also saw that within the film, you're able to find fractals of facts, things that happen, right? The story not itself in totality, right? But 1973, there's meetings like that did happen. The footage that was there, that was AI generated when people think it's real, but there was but it's connected to a real event. That's a crazy part about it. People don't see that part. I love the part of how they unalived them with love. Every time you thought, how are they gonna get the fuck out of here? Because those motherfuckers do some crazy shit sometimes, right? Like how? And it was all love, right? And it showed the image of what once loved a demon and through pain, what it can become. But just that right there just blew my mind, right? And every time the motherfuckers were unconscious is when they got to them, right? Like that's what it's all about, right? There's so much in the movie. When the girl was infiltrated by remote viewing, right? And that part right there, she was having doubt. She's like, why are you going to disclose it? She was already having doubt. She was not conscious. That's all it takes, right? But you have the power to know that you cannot have that enter you. You are a shield. Like when I hear about protection spells and all that, look, I use my sage. You don't think I got my quotes here? Yeah. But if I'm Cruella DeVille, I can sage everything. I promise you what's going to burn me, my fur coat, not anything of my soul, right? So anyway, I'll just go deeper into that. Let's see. I guess I want to ask one more thing about the Boogosphere though, while we're here, that I learned because I'm always connecting and bringing new things together. And if anybody else wants to add, I see that there's a connection to a 0 point energy because it's Mercury-based energy harvesting. And Mercury's metallic metal, right? It uses Mercury-based principle. And this allows for a translation in motion, right? So it's the energy is not mechanical. It's informational. And hey, I'm bringing this to Boogosphere to the movie. Yes, yes. Thank you. She fished me back in because I went back to the Pacific Ocean. Thank you, Wendy. So when we talk about that in disclosure, one of the things I want to talk to you about, I'm not going to jump ahead, is the metallic orb that was utilized in his hand. Now, South, I would like to hear your what you thought of disclosure, right? I thought it was great to just end it off. I thought it actually gave the information of what is, kind of like a slow drip because things are coming to life. And Spielberg, again, I love him. He knows what he's talking about. So, all right, Sal.
I found it interesting, right? Because the biggest thing that, well, we can't give too much away, right? We don't want to do spoilers, but two big things that I liked about it. One, more in the approach of the duality that has. Okay, so I'm trying not to give too much away, right? The connection that one represented the other, right? That one of the people had one power and the other one had another. They both couldn't have both because there was a purpose for it, right? One was supposed to do this with this group and the other one was supposed to do that with that group. There's no one that has it all, exactly. And on a side note, I love the fact that they didn't have to be a freaking uh uh partners. I mean, they were partners, but they weren't romantically connected, right? They were soul connected, but no, they each had their own, romance, right? And I like that because usually they're like, oh, we and you together, the forever thing that everybody's always looking, the one that completes them. That doesn't happen, right? So I like that.
Thank you for that. Yes, Wendy. Yes. When I say yes, it's because I got, the backdoor Bambi email. So go ahead.
No, I love hearing everybody's thoughts on Disclosure Day. Z mentioned something about the first scene down below, and without spoilers, I would say it was very red and blue, very Republican / Democrat, very we are distracted as Americans by the illusion of divide within the political parties, while private corporations easily suppress the technology and pull the strings behind the scenes. That was my interpretation of the first scene, but production was rushed. We've talked about that, and that immediately made me sit up straight in my chair. Right? Why must the movie be done by a certain date? Production was rushed. And for me, that was key. Yeah. But what I liked most, I mean, there were so many things, right? Experiencers were validated in the movie, finally validated regarding those historical programs that were put into place to gaslight their experiences, right? Like, yes, we did that. We made you sound crazy. Yes, this really did happen to you. And now we're going to confirm that, right? I thought the crop circles portion was really interesting regarding what we're capable of as experiencers or even just people in general, when more than one person come together. Wherever two or more are gathered in his name, there is love. What does that actually mean? I liked how they brought in the consciousness portion of Disclosure. I saw the psionics. I would have liked to have seen more of the psionics portion where we're pulling these things down with advanced weaponry and reverse engineering the technology, but I'll take what I got. I really enjoyed the religious portion of it, in terms of, hey, it's okay to believe in God and believe in ETs as well. Right? It just nipped that right in the bud in one fell swoop. I was proud of Spielberg. I liked the emotion invoking ending. Everybody had an emotional response. Maybe they didn't know what the origin was. They didn't know if it was anger towards their own species or empathy towards ETs or just love in general. Yeah, it was a great movie. It was a fantastic movie. If you were going for a cinematic Raiders of the Lost Ark / ET experience, it wasn't going to happen, right? This is a freaking documentary. So I loved it. I'm with you, Astro. Thanks so much for letting me share.
Oh, I love how you say it wasn't good. People were waiting to see kind of like Jurassic Park or what's it called? Jaws, right? Or
Yeah.
not gonna happen. It's not. It was filmed fast. It was filmed in 3 months. That's how I know it needed to come out one day before the third batch of files Coincidinky? No, it's part of the, and it's not that they're behind the doors in a fucking conference, Austin Powers, $1 billion trillion plotting it out. I don't think that's what it is. I think what it is that good has won. Don't think that, and what I mean by that metaphor is that the vibe of what was being able taken out, like JFK within one shot, it's been 10 on Trump and not happening. Not because of him. His purpose is being done, and we are ahead of the game. But don't be fooled, my friends. We can still fall into that big hole because our arrogance can get us there. Trust me. It trusts me too. So, but thank you, Wendy. That connection right there to the movie of what you're talking about. And there's just so much more to it. Just the connections of what you and Sal just spoke about together. You spoke about, well, there's two or more. There's unity where you spoke about that you can't have it all. It takes away spiritual gluttony of wanting it because no one is chosen like that, right? The chosen one. Get out of here. So, anybody else want to give their opinion on disclosure? Then Wendy has some questions, please.
Me. Look, we all know, anybody that is spiritually inclined, we all know that Spielberg is connected. We all know that he's been sent so much information. He knows, and it's like Nikola Tesla. He was connected also, and I guess the 3-month build time of that movie had a lot. Obviously, it had a lot to do with what's going on around the planet at the moment, but more importantly, over in the US, it's timed. It was timed specifically to do this, but my biggest fear is that they are trying to create it's just a movie kind of thing. And it can't really be that real because it's just in the movies kind of thought pattern to people that are not yet awakened. Excuse my parrots.
That's a parrot? That was a
I've got
so Australian parrots.
They've always got something to say, trust me. But yeah, that's my biggest fear, is that they're going to create that whole feeling of, I don't know, just it's out there now and let's move on to the next big thing. That is my concern, but I think it will awaken a whole plethora of people at the same time.
Thank you for that, and that Jurassic Park in the background. Australia and their birds.
Oh, and did you get the connection that Spielberg always drops a reference to one of his past movies in his current thing? And I believe that the train and car part of the movie, not doing any spoilers, but I believe the train and the car part was a reference to the movie Duel that he made years and years and years and millennia ago.
I'm surprised nobody picked up, or maybe I have, right? That nobody talked about the Legacy program. That was definitely part of the movie. It's what it was about. And in Disclosure documentary, not the movie, they spoke about this. And then I watched it again, right? I saw Senator Mark Rubio. He's the second most powerful man after Trump, not J.D. Vance, Secretary of State.
Yeah,
and he was backing this up.
Did you see that thing that there's something that Trump was having a dinner? Not that I want to mention the big orange pumpkin, but he was having a dinner and he did an off the cuff poll where he was, sorry about the birds, an off the cuff poll where he asked everybody at that dinner who they would prefer, whether it be Rubio or your other little friend there, and they picked Vance.
Vance is those tractors. those. Okay, we're gonna start asking you questions. So, like for me, it's like I guess it's because I do like politics, right? And I don't watch it like that. I just like political science, right? I like to see how communities are built, what works, what doesn't, right? And astrology teaches us this, right? But one thing about the legacy programs, which if anybody knows about that, right? I don't know if that's a buzzword, but anyway, it speaks about, it speaks about the retrieval programs of the UAPs and all that jazz. That was put into it. And that was one of the biggest ones that was talked about in, the congressional hearing, right? Because I'm going to do another live about that. I'm going to depict that and break it down like I did in 2023, and everyone called me crazy. Flat earthers called me crazy. That's a funny part. So when Wendy, do you want to ask and go deeper into disclosure? Because that's one of the things, for example, the legacy program or things like that were put into it. And what is disclosure about, right? I think that was where we were going at too. Because is it about UAP aliens? Of course, it's part of it, not all of it. It's disclosure is a point of when a system runs its course in cycles, and again, it's coming up to its reality because it's happened before. If the Bugosphere is from the future, well, yeah, it's from the past. Is that we were more technologically advanced, but cycles renew themselves. So I don't know if you want to answer that.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think that for me, I think it's a four-part process. So I think that disclosure is the fact that the ETs exist, period, right? That they're here, that they've been here long before we were here, that there's billions of species out there. I think that fact alone will be the first portion of disclosure. But it's also about the advanced technology, right? The advanced technology that we've had for decades through the Rhymes with Legacy program, right? And the fact that corporations have suppressed this technology for a really long time. I think that disclosure is also about zero point energy and our alleged ability to harness it, and how once released or open sourced, it frees our species within about a decade from things like a 9 to 5. That would just change everything. And then, of course, the biggest secret is you, right? The fact that we're all conscious awareness, having a human experience, and that our system potentially was set up in a way to inhibit us from remembering who we are. And so I think it's four-part. And I think the part that will come first is the least offensive for those in power, which is that ETs are here. So, yeah, very exciting. And regarding the movie, I'm really surprised because you said, I'm surprised that nobody's brought up the Legacy program, right? I'm really surprised that no one has said anything about, was there a tip of the hat in the movie to that original remote viewer, Pat Price? And I kind of feel like there was, but yeah,
okay. Okay.
I may be alone in that opinion. So, yeah, but thanks so much, Astro.
No, you made me
Well,
think. Now, go ahead.
what was interesting is, since you brought that up, that if you were, visited, right? They couldn't do that against you, right? So the mind probe that they did, they were immune to it if they were already, I guess, mind probed by the aliens. The experience, yeah.
Oh, he's right. He's right.
hmm
Yes, good point.
All right. See, so what we're talking about the movie, guys, right? And if you haven't seen it, it's okay. I recommend you watch it by this week because next week I'm just going to put it out like a sizzle buffet. Sorry to tell you. But I want to get to the disclosure part too, and then we're going to welcome in Shade. Remember, let's keep it 2 minutes, guys, because it's how we keep the vibe going, right? And then Nancy, how could I forget Nancy, my Bugosphere queen, the one who brought it to me like that year ago. And I'm like, not yet, Nancy, not yet. And now we are having connections. So what I do want to talk about also is because disclosure, right? I love how you brought that up, right? That part. I believe technology, not the advanced yet, right? But there is advancements coming to facilitate our experiences and live more within ourselves. This is coming. I mean, we already got, literal agreements happening for cars, flying cars. I sent you guys the article, subscribers. I even sent you, I think, Wendy, on 2026 of November, October. These things are already put out there. And by 2027, having Uber Eats and all that, it's flying. Yep. That's Uranus and Gemini. I said that a year ago because it's not my prediction, but it is a prediction I calculated because the math was right. Also, another thing that's going to blow my mind is going to be something that's going to kind of really kind of twist the plot around around June, July, and August, that eclipse moment I told you about, Wendy. Because disclosure, there's always a surprise too. And I want to ask you this because you sent me a story earlier, which, yeah, and I need to talk to you about that because, yes, it does align. But there's always a little surprise, right? And I would just like to hear on everybody else on disclosure, but I just gave you guys my what disclosure for me, right? As Wendy gave it, is I love how she said 4 parts. I can go with that because it's always divided within quadrants. But it's basically, yeah, that part where a system has run its course and things start to come out and renewal itself like an update, it's like it's ready. So let's hear from Nancy if she wants to go about disclosure, and then we'll go to Des, and then we'll talk some Boogosphere and some other fun stuff. We'll go back into that. Go ahead, Nancy.
I can't speak about this movie. I haven't seen it.
You have 72 hours, Nancy, period.
I
recommend you
We're
to
in
watch it because you'll
Canada.
love it.
Everything's slower here, sir.
Forgive her, she's Canadian. Fine, all right, that's what. But listen, so I want you to know, Nancy, that what you've been sending me about the Boogosphere and what I've been watching, it's so mind blowing because I'm connecting to it now. Remember in the past when you would bring it to me and I'm like, get out of here, like I wasn't ready. Okay, we don't need to go and not to it again.
I
But
have a new dream for you.
okay, can you hold that dream so we can talk about it in a bit? Because I want you to answer.
Boogosphere. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I want your opinion. Are you connected, or how, or are we like connection? Would you like to give us your answer to that? I would love to hear it.
Are we connected to the universe or the
Are you?
Boogosphere?
Wow, my panel is very detailed. I kind of like that too, because yeah, so we are connected to conscious. Like, are we connected to be conscious? Right? How do you connect to consciousness? Right? Does it just take a thought? We know it takes more than that, right? But you know, we can take it that way. That question, right? What are you connected to, Nancy? That makes you you, boo.
Everything. We're like a computer and we're all part of that computer. So when we say we're one, we're all detached, but we're still one. And that brings a higher consciousness where we actually plug ourselves, like literally. And when you meet people, you make attachment with them, and sometimes the attachment will go away or stay, but it it's all together. That's how you get to have those thoughts and
Connection.
ideas,
Yes.
and they pass by. If you do nothing about it, they'll go to the next one. So that's how we're all connected. So everything.
Love that. Thank you for that answer. I love that because it's through each other we find each other, right? And connections and bonds of a lifetime. The universe wants for you to have everything that you deserve, but we have to learn how to accept. We think we know how to accept. We know how to receive,
Same in
but
nature, right? Not just the
mm-hmm,
human, the trees, the animals, same. The air, the sun. We're all
yes.
one connection. Anyway, for me.
I love that you said that. So now that we got connected, does anybody else wants to add their part about connections before we move on to the next question? Or, we're just going to keep it going. It's, I think it's Monday or Tuesday. It's someday. Um, anybody going once? Okay, go ahead, Bundy.
Did anybody else see Disclosure Day? I was just curious on the panel.
I see the day where we realize that aliens are the term we use for angels. And whether you believe in angels or not is how you experience the earth that these beings that angels created experience you.
I believe in angels. I believe in demons. I don't believe the way that people believe them to be. Like, it's more of an energetic spirit that exists. If you are a piece of shit, well, there's your demon for Christmas. If you, and I'm making it very simple, right? And if you're a good person, here's your angel. And so we're able to have these connections. It really makes it simple. It takes a fear mongering away, but it keeps you as a good person to keep that heart pure. Whichever way you do it, I don't care. You only know that. So I hate it when people say like they're a figment of your imagination or that these are the egregores that we create through the mind. No, no, no. I mean, like that's very absolute of the spiritual community. The existence of beings, of forms of other outside of here, do exist. And remember, we are God's creation on earth. There's God's creation on Venus, God's creation on Mars, God's creation on different planets. Therefore, the reason Earth is such an important planet, why? Because it has all planets' chemistry on Earth, like a cake. Not every planet has the same energy of all the system. That's why Earth is special. We are special. That's why when people want to leave this earth, it's like, oh, I'm just like a human living here, but I'm more than that. Oh, wow, you are, huh? You know that the angels are dying to come down here. It's a human experience. And that connects to what you sent me, Wendy. I want to talk to you about that later. All right, so anybody else want to answer? And we'll get back to you, Shade. I love how you said that. All right, so let's move on to the next question.
Yeah, I'd love to weigh in if I can, right?
Yeah, please do. Please, yeah.
Right. So every time we talk about the ET phenomenon, angels and demons get brought up. All ETs are demons. All ETs are angels. Okay, which of the billion of species are we referring to, right? Because interstellar means traveling between the stars. Interstellar does not always mean interdimensional, right? So if Astro and I decide to go to Mars together and we travel at the speed of light, it's going to take a hot minute to get there, right? But if we bend space and time around us, right, and we travel interdimensionally, we get there a hell of a lot faster. We just traveled interdimensionally, Astro and I. Does that automatically make us angels? Does it automatically make us demons? Or does it make us humans who traveled through a dimension? And so I think that the phenomenon right now is really, really confused. I think there's programs put into place to confuse people as well. And so it's just very, very complicated. So I don't necessarily think that ETs are angels or demons. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Astro?
No, like I always said, right? That's where the beliefs come in, right? Because for some people it's a different energy. I like it. It's when we like because we understand the science, Wendy. Why do you think that we can connect? It's not that we agree to disagree. We just have a different way of how we have a meaning to it. But we know the fundamentals of what it is, right? We know the fundamentals that when you were telling me the other day that Willie Strieber and others were talking about the grays being the compassion and empathy. And then I see it through the astrology where they are located from, right? Articula and Andromeda. I looked into that sector, 6-7, Pisces. And when we look into the vibration of Pisces, Pisces is a fish. It represents Jesus, right? The fish of Jesus, right? It connects to the Jesus compassion, the aliens, right? See, so I'm utilizing without being biased, right? I'm opening doors for all beliefs to understand that's amazing in a connection. And when I read Nostradamus' scripture, you guys should look into that 5055. He speaks about this. And that connection to me is beautiful, right? You can take it as it is, right? But for me, it's just fucking universal benevolence, right? As benevolent too as you are as a human, right? How you are is how what you receive. You only get what you give. But anyway, yes, Wendy. And there's been that put in since 1940s is when it began. Doomsday, that's a demon. Yep. So conditions are right for Christians to come out with a backwards Bible. All right. Because what gets to me is the ones that condemn you through Christians, and I know more about the Bible than they do. I'll leave it at that next. So, anybody else want to weigh in, and we can keep on going?
Oh yeah. My thinking is with this, and it's just my opinion though, is that when we as humans are likely not going to understand exactly how big everything is out there and what is actually out there until out there connects with us. And fingers crossed it is, like closer now than it ever is. And like you guys keep saying, 2026, 27 is time for our first exposure to all of that. And I think some of us have been exposed to it already, but until we actually get connected to them, we're not going to understand what they are, who they are, what they do, how they work, how they function on the daily. It's all just guesstimation right now. I purchased a book this week and it landed here yesterday, and it's called the Urantia book. And it's huge. It is over 2,000 pages of everything to do with the mysteries of everything, and it answers so much. And to actually research who wrote the Urantia book is an interesting story in itself, because it wasn't written by anybody in particular, but it was channeled through aliens that were channeling through a human back in the 1920s and 1930s, and it was written in the 1950s. So I've got a lot of reading ahead of me, and it looks like it's an incredible book. I can't wait.
Okay, thank you for that, Steph. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now that we spoke about disclosure, and like I always say, like the disclosure is basically the awareness of the universe, and you are part of it, and it gives you wonderful. And your role, yes, sound your role, right? What's your purpose, right? I think this is important too, because it's the energies are calling for it. Like, what is it? If you can't name it, you can't practice it. You can't practice something you can't name. And the spiritual community has become so allergic to labels. I'm not for labels. I always joke around saying I'm a gay Latino patriot astrologer because I like to fuck around with people when they want to use them. But labels have a purpose for you to create reality from something that's an imagination. It's a technique. Like Wendy's creating a reality. She's going to get my respect. I've seen her for over a year, almost every day showing up. So her imagination becomes reality and she feels like shit, she still shows up. That's what the universe sees. That's when you get paid high rise. Not when you're feeling all spiritual on Friday and call it Spiritual Fridays and you think you're being Zen. It's when you show up at your worst and you make the best out of others. That's what the universe sees. And then you start to feel good because you're connecting to who you are. I love myself because I'm astro. I'm an astrologer, man. I could die today and say I made it to this. So I think it's important that we kind of start, because whenever I hear no labels, it's like, I feel like I'm listening to religion sometimes and I can't speak up, but this is a life that's mine where I'm going to use my voice in a way to not hurt, but to express, because we have to see that there's been indoctrination in the spiritual movement too. It all started by unaliving the ego. When you unalive the ego, you unalive the part of you that makes you you, boo. So the self becomes selfless. Very emphasized in how self it is. Anyway, we could, and then we so where can we steer this to? I hope I'm doing okay, guys.
You're
Usually
doing
I
very
don't.
well.
You're doing great.
Yeah, so can I ask you a question?
Yep. Yeah.
So I feel like this is where your Mercury, and I'm going with Mercury as a sign of awareness. So like you're all the planets, right? But your awareness is Mercury, and you're in like a Sagittarius space where you want to help govern everything and like associate reality to be how everybody wants reality to be, right? Like literally like express yourself to everyone and let yourself be known and make new connections with everyone you meet. Like I feel like that's what Sagittarius is and Cancers do together anyways. That's like I've felt myself
Thank
connect to
you.
everyone in different ways. So like I feel like Sagittarius do that too because I was made to make apostles of different
And
signs. So.
well, thank you for that. And that's when you find your unique practice. Like, I'm not like any other astrologer, man. I'm a fucking bad. I'm my unique, right? I bring my politics, my twist, my spice, but I make it
You got so
mine.
many layers of yourself you got to figure out, Astra, with me. You got to figure out that, like, I got you as you are, bro. Like, I know you. If you know what I mean. Like, I'm always there for you whenever you need me. If that
Oh,
energy feels good for you.
thank you. All right, thank you. I'm gonna ask another question now, so we can really back in. All right. I love that you guys are
Way
here.
back.
You guys are participating. That shit's awesome. I love that. So if I were to ask you right now, right? Do you not see that there is a shift in momentum at the moment? Like of time, right? Don't you see it's been speeding up, especially since April? And go ahead, Melissa, please, please.
Yes, big time. It is definitely speeding up.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember that I spoke to you about, and for those who listen to me for once in a while, about a year ago, that I was saying, okay, so we've been like in purgatory since 2018. Now this year, from April, I said it's going to be fast, right? The mind's going to be so fast that you have to learn how to adapt and let go of the Cheetos you're keeping as gold and go for the gold that's here for you. And the body is slow. This is where the conundrum comes in. So what we can utilize now, what can we do? We can utilize this to understand how do I integrate this because my body's asking for rest, but I can work hard a certain amount of time. It is asking for another week, especially. Don't get physically sick because you're pushing yourself physically. The mind is right now fast. It needs to stop being an information junkie, right? Looking for its next hit. It needs to embody it in practice and understand. Do you understand what you're picking up? Because if not, it just becomes a regurgitation. It's like utilizing the internet or ChatGPT. I have ChatGPT, my bitch here for my bulletin points because sometimes my ADD takes me from Venus to fucking Neptune. But you know, when you have a good teacher, they read from a reference, right? Because those are important to know references and you read and you give an example. But after you do that, you break it down to the people your own way, right? There's nothing wrong with utilizing because you structure yourself. But there's a lot of people that are becoming junkies to really the information that they don't know how to embody it because the moment you tell them to break it down, it's like they just took a turd in the middle of the street. They don't know how. Anyway, where did I get that fucking saying? Go ahead.
So oh,
Oh, go ahead, Nancy.
no,
Go ahead, Nancy.
oh, okay. I've been talking about time for quite a while about with you, right? Telling you that it's speeding up, and it is. And one reason that I, for myself, found is that we took the clock out of our life. And I believe that in life, I brought it up way before, but there's a lot of people here where we lost control, but we can regain control. And the way is to bring back time. So if you go back in time, you were in class, you had that clock on the wall that was doing the with the arrows,
Mm-hmm.
tick, 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 and time would be so long, and each minute would be so long. Well, we forgot to look time, and now it's out of our control. So when you don't look at it, it just fly by. But if you put back a clock in front of you, you can slow it down. So we have control. It's each our
Is that lighter?
reality. That's the way I
Yes,
control
yes. Sorry, I'm
time.
looking for yes. But. I'm gonna be a little tough here, right? Because you know how I feel about this subject. Because one of my biggest pet peeves is when people say time is an illusion, not the hours, minutes, or seconds, right? But time is like a sequence, right? Time allows consequences to play out your reality, right? Time is the 4D space and time of what they spoke about. So for me, for example, I went into a deep dive a couple of days ago in my chart because I'm going through a momentum too. It's not good nor bad. It's nobody's business, but I'm here showing up every day. It's actually what we're all going through, what I speak about and put together. But when we talk about this time too, right? Remember a year ago, I said that we've been entering every season faster. We entered the equinox, the solstice, hours, even a day faster. So think about it like the momentum of like when you're in a roller coaster and it starts to speed up, you feel it, right? This is not as fast as a momentum, but just the shift itself causes the way that you do things in prior temperatures to not come together anymore. That's why I utilize 32 degrees. When it's 32 degrees, it's going to snow. You know that. You make a snowman. You're not chancing it on the whole winter. So we do have control of time. I control my time when I understand the conditions. You do that too, because you've known astrology before I was even born. No, not that old, but you know.
It's absolutely true what you're saying, and the reason is it's the collective. We're more and more and more not looking at time.
No,
So that's why
you're
it's
living
going
it. Mhm.
faster.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yeah,
That's
and
my thesis anyway.
I
That's
love
how
it.
I see it.
I love you, Nancy.
I
I've
saw
missed you.
time stop in front of me, and I saw myself in three different timelines, having a deja vu in a
Well,
deja
you've had a
vu.
couple of NDEs, right? Which we're not going to get into now, but those are like Wendy's very good at that. And you've had, we saw it in your reading, right? Remember when I told you without you telling me this is when you unalive and you're like, holy shit, I did that. Unalive, be the change. Literal live, right? And so she's had a couple of those, right? And what's crazy about it in astrology, we were able to do it. And she's always like, Astro, I want you to put you live because when you're live, if you fuck up, you fuck up, right? It went well. I guess because it's there, right? It tells you you're going to go to this moment. And she did, right? So I know when she speaks, through astrology, I don't need to figure out so much Inspector Gadget if you told me the truth or not. I see it in the chart. It happened. There you go. Okay, next. And your experiences, right? We'll tell you, well, yeah, Wendy, if you want her on the panel sometime, yeah, or when you have one of those lives, I'll let her go up and I'll let her know. Okay?
Do you remember back in the time, every time the time would change, you would have bell ringing. It would tells you the time. The church would tell you the time. The cuckoo clock people would have in their house would tell them the time even when they sleep,
The cuckoo
just by
clock.
the noise.
Yeah, yeah, uh-huh.
We lost touch with time, and we're wondering why it's going faster. Time ain't linear. Time can literally stop in front of your face. How can time be something not true? I saw it stop in front of my face.
You want to hear a fun fact? So, time on a mountain and time on sea level, there's a 300 factor of a second that is slower here on the mountain and faster on Earth, right? It's crazy because time is measured through gravity. It's a fun fact, right? Oh, whoa, well, you're going to slow. You're still going to age. It's not that much. But it's measured. That's what's crazy about it. That's what they found in Antarctica, too. And I want to get into that later on because Antarctica, there is a portal there. And actually, the more I go into this and I look into the Grace satellite spoke about this. The Grace, CRACE satellite spoke about this, that it measured at the part of where Admiral Byrd was talking about, because I got the coordination, the coordinates. There's a gravitational distortion, dilation of time in that place. Things are coming out, guys. It wasn't the time. The 1940s was building the architecture to contain something that needed to be contained in order to be understood, to where now it's coming to an expression of this, because no longer can the DOD, the CIA, the NSA, and all those good guys actually hold this in this container, because that part of the cycle is over. The chemistry shows it. But anyway, I'm going to do a segment next week with South if he wants to, because he knows more history than I do, Wendy. He's the one who got me into it. His fucking history is like, what? And then I find out things like, Teddy Roosevelt, third term, 1940s. We're speaking conspiracies. But anyway, I want to go
Franklin,
ahead.
not Theodore, not Teddy.
You see, don't you ever embarrass me in my life. He's right next to me.
Uh, well, it's interesting because he served actually 4 terms, but on after winning his 3rd term, right? He has a secret meeting with Churchill in Newfoundland to discuss the U.S. Involvement in the war. And that exact day, which I believe is August 7th, was the day that Uranus went into Gemini. Hmm. Yep. And then a few months later, when it went back into retrograde, we had, the day that will live in infamy, right? Hmm. So mind you, on his 3rd term, we had to make an amendment because of him.
Oh, that's crazy, right? So you see that's real astrology. It has nothing to do with your natal chart stuff, right? We're just seeing the patterns. And you brought up something that just blew my mind on that. And then if you go back to the 1860s South, right, that you know a lot about that era too, right? There's so much, it's like a pattern of, It's sleet, it's snow, it's ice rain, right? Or it's always advanced technology, aliens, and war. There's a pattern there. That's a very simple one I gave you, but that's 1860s, 1940s, and now. And there's a process for it, right? You don't learn how to walk before you learn how to shit. Let's be real. That's Let me get some water. Just give me a second, guys, please. One moment.
Yeah, he's 100% right. It's a patterns. And, you know, why is this 1940s? Now the 1940s a little different. Well, we had Neptune in a different spot, but the last time we had Neptune in Aries was 1860, which is also the time when Uranus was last time in Gemini prior to the 1940s. So, like I said, every time Uranus enters Gemini, there's a change in the United States, or Independence Day to Civil War to World War II, right? And the Civil War was Neptune in Aries with Uranus in Gemini. We needed to express the connection of our emotional wounds of what type of nation do we want to be.
And to add on to that, thank you for bringing that up. That was also a time of UAP. There was a UAP civil painting into that. Well, what UAP? All these things that come up during that time. There's always orbs that show up. And what happens every time the future, because Uranus represents the future, guys. It really does. This is alchemy. This is the monad. This is something that was written in the Emerald tablets, Sumerian tablets. And when we understand the symbology, it just gives a lot of ease because we don't have to figure it out so much. No more spiritual hemorrhoids or tumors coming up your way because you're actually saying, oh, okay, so it must have snowed because what temperature was right. So you start to gather your truth from the sky because it's yours. It's personal, yet it's universal. And I love how you brought up the 1940s because that's something that we are actually coming into in technological advancement. I don't think Wendy is going to be 0 point energy right away, but I'll tell you this. I do believe it's before 2030.
Are
The
you serious?
astrology,
You really think? Yeah?
by that time. And we'll talk deeper. I don't make predictions until I'm sure, right? But what I can tell you is that what I do see
Yeah.
is a pop where the astrology becomes boring again. Like, or what it was, right? It was in pa, 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 pa. Well, there's an algorithm, but it's for
Interesting.
about 20-year algorithm.
I hope you're right. Can I ask you guys a question about the 1940s? Is that okay? Or am I very
Yeah,
much?
please. No, let's integrate. Please go ahead.
I'm interested in what was happening from the viewpoint of astrology around the time that Roscoe Hillenkotter left the CIA, because that's when the Rhymes with Legacy program got away from the U.S. government and into the hands of corporation. So it would have been sometime he was the intelligence agency
What was his name
head.
here so I can look up again right here?
It's
Because I'll see a date.
Roscoe Hillenkotter, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but just look up the CIA director that left in 1950 and it'll come up with the name.
Okay, cool.
Because that was a major turning point in terms of disclosure and how it got away from us, how all of that technology got away from us. And so
I'll connect it right now.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. That's when Uranus left Gemini and entered Cancer. The end of it. Wow. From the beginning, right? Because it was during in 1949, 1950, the transition to another sign, another vibration, another meaning. And this blinded us with the American dream. It was the beginning.
See, the astrology always fits. It always fits.
It's crazy. That was a connection there. Yeah, that one was a big. When we start to understand each planet has a purpose, Uranus represents change, represents alien, represents another smile. Sorry, represents the future, right? That's a chemistry. It's a temperature. It's a zodiacal light, guys. There's a real thing called zodiacal light. Each season has a temperature that, of course, is going to create an effect on human behavior through our mood. As we know, we are different in the seasons, right? That is a connection to that, Wendy, in the CIA director. Thank you for sharing that. You gave me a new outlet to talk about something else now, pretty soon the 50s. When we talk about go ahead, please. Anybody? I heard the mic.
I'm just freaking out right here. as I was talking a couple days ago about my deja vu, and when I ask AI, how could I have a deja vu and a deja vu with different feelings? Uh, the answer was because we're in a loop and we're about to go back, and we go back to the 40s, 1940s. That's what AI
No,
answer
no,
gave.
and by the way, guys, Nancy isn't an AI spiritualist herself, but we utilize it. No, because there's people that download, like La Mama Tata or the Queen Fairy
Yeah,
that
no,
lives.
no,
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 no.
she is she knows what she talks about, so she asks a question. I just want to make that clear,
It,
right?
it
Because
was, yeah. Well, it was a weird answer, okay? It surprised me too, but it's
something
what
came
happened.
into AI because when my friend made this picture, that lovely lady up there, because she's amazing at doing that. This 5-pointed star came from it that we've been talking South Venus without her knowing that. You see, there's answers there if you know what you're looking for. AI is a tool as intelligent as it's human. Dumb human, well, you only got a box of chocolates, whatever that saying is.
There's no bad dog, just bad owners.
Yeah. All right. Because, people thought a typewriter was the devil. Or like Wendy says, if you're back in the time and you had a cell phone, people think you're a demon. Things like that, right? We see it in movies all the time, right? And right now people are seeing these orbs, right? And I'm actually happy because you know what, Wendy? This shows to me the light of humanity starts winning because the reactions are quite amazing from people you wouldn't expect. hmm That part right there. So,
Astro, I need to
As
drop. Sorry,
oh
but
no,
thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
Yeah,
I want to stay here and listen, but yes, I need to go to sleep. Thank you
you
so
do.
much.
Thank you for supporting me. And here we're going to rotate the panel a little bit to get some last questions. Thank you, Anna. And Anna and I do a weekly health astrological alignment on Fridays. Sometimes it jumps around. It is what it is right now. But I'll let you guys know it's very interesting. Okay, Anna. Thank you. That's my dropper. And
Hi, Anna.
all right. Let's see. Oh, okay. We have contestants that are dropping. All right. Who else? Well, if anybody wants to come up, you guys can come up. But let's keep it going. All right. I hope I'm doing
Did you
okay.
just did you just call them contestants?
I'm making it
Are
fun,
we
my lady.
winning something?
You
Guys,
are winning your story online, right? You get the stage right here. Which one does it go? Topic 1, trauma, or topic 2, how special you are? I'm just kidding, guys. Let's keep it going.
Yes, that's can I expand your consciousness of the soul wave? Like, you know how we all experience soul, like waves and stuff? The Vedic wave, like the time travel, the soul connection, is also connected to the soul. So, like, if I can explain something about the soul, you could all, like, advance to a higher knowing if you wanted to hear about it.
Okay, we can do it in 2 minutes under. We can hear
Okay.
it. Sure. Okay.
Okay, cool. So the first layer is like you lose control of understanding what the 3D physical world is. That's the first layer. And somehow you're still conscious enough of your body to understand how to connect understanding into the context. And then the second layer is being far from that, and you use Vedic understanding or time travel to explain what you would say to them if they called upon you to speak during the conversation they're having. And then the souls would go into a higher spectrum of 3D, and then that would be like souls disconnecting from our plane of existence of talking and just existing as a pure essence. And then they would expand to the fourth dimension, which is like two conversations at once, and we would understand them. And then a seventh dimensional being would come in, because it's all part of the soul to connect the soul back to what it is. So a seventh dimensional being would come in and bring everyone's awareness to stuff higher than the spectrum of two planes of existence and make them have two more planes of existence below them. And then that system of 5D and 6D gets shifted, and I observe the reality of another 5D and 6D, creating a new 7D, because that's how advanced the whole system is. Like, I go
Oh,
through all of that.
I mean,
Yeah.
like that's like an Eiffel Tower of consciousness. Thank you. I mean, like
It keeps
wow.
going. No. It goes all the way to 9D, Astro, because 9D is the soul. So when we get to 8D, we understand back to the spectrum of seeing two planes of existence, but we see the two planes of existence of the 5D and 6D. And that allows us to constitute ourselves as a being, not just this untappable source, but this thing that we get to become as ourselves and help ourselves expand through consciousness and who we are. And when we
Well,
become one with that, then we become 90 and we become our soul. And then we know exactly what was being talked about in the actual plane of existence we're in, because that's what the soul is supposed to do for us.
well, I mean, like that. You just make me want to go 5D right now. So thank you for that. So yeah,
I
so
got you.
okay, so Shade, is there anything else? I'll give you one more minute to say because I'm going to start rotating the panel.
Okay.
Right? Please go.
Yeah, I definitely want us to experience a 15D Earth that's trying to communicate with the Spirit of God. So, I mean, whatever that means to you, I'd definitely love to experience that Earth with you, Astro. So you just think about that, and then we can experience more.
Sure. So what we can do is like you can just DM me and we'll plan it live. We'll do some of that. So thank you very much. I'm gonna drop you. You can please if you can say in the comments and we'll rotate it. And if you want to come back up later, you're more than welcome to. Thank you for sharing,
Is it
Shade.
okay?
Always amazing. Follow him, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fingers. They're always faster than my mind. I love you, Shade. You're amazing. Thank you for coming. So, Aware Mind, how you doing?
Hey man, how's it going?
Good. So, where were we asking? Where were we? And there was so many questions, right? I mean, literally, that was quite a story. Thank you. Can
Oh,
somebody reel me
like
back in? Because
about
I'm fishing right now.
oh yeah, well no, like about like the boogosphere, and then there was that other like crystal ball thing that guy was talking about, that Jordan Jozak dude in the interview that I was listening to,
Okay, would you like
and
to share about that? I'll give you the floor. 2 minutes. Go.
yeah, well, what is it? I was listening to Jesse Michaels' podcast, American Alchemy, and he does this interview with a guy called Jordan Jozak. I'm pretty sure his name is, and his story is like really quite interesting. He's like some gate program kid from about 2005. I think he said he was doing it, and he sort of said he was, I don't know, pushed deeper and deeper into it. I don't want to explain about that too much, but one of the things that he said he was doing was being sort of used as a conduit to interact with this crystal ball sphere thing, supposedly called Sylvia. And I don't know, it sounded a bit like something that I've described as well, like which would be something that seems to be an entity in that it has a level of autonomous intelligence, but it was like artificial, like a very high tech sort of being, I suppose you could call it. Yeah, and he was sort of psychic, like telepathically communicating with this crystal ball thing. Yeah, that was his story, and it sort of like made me think of your boogosphere thing, because it sounded like he was talking about something about the same size and similarly high tech as well.
Okay. Because if you think about it, it's like a compressed universe, right? So it's like the engine, right? And this engine here has such a connection to its circuits and its environment, like a field modulator. So, like I said, there's so many of these beliefs that actually come from one source called science. So if you understand the science, it really facilitates everything. So thank you for sharing that. Now we're gonna jump from all the way from wherever we were to Tennessee. Wendy had a question. Wendy, would you like to ask that question to the panel? Because it's one that's interesting.
Yeah, have you guys heard about Ross Coulthart with News Nation Australia claims, and he is one of the leading faces of UAP disclosure as far as investigative journalism, and he claims right now that he has visited an alleged portal in Tennessee in the middle of a national forest, that it's heavily guarded by the U.S. military, that it's an ancient artifact. Have you guys heard about this portal in Tennessee? Really? Astro, you've heard of it, yeah?
No, I've heard
Whoa.
of. Well, I mean, I've heard of it, and
I heard about it. Yeah.
you heard about it too. Okay, I want to hear your opinion after. Because I know you know. Also, you know who knew about it? Annie, because she lives in that area, and she told me about that Bigfoot thing. I'm like, what? How do you know about that? So I'm like, I'm going to talk to you about that later. But yeah, Nancy, if you want to talk about Tennessee or what you know about the portals in that part of the area, please.
What I know, what I think, because what I know is pretty much the same as everybody who saw the video, which is the portal is there, it's guarded, nobody can approach it. What I think, absolutely. It brought me back to a Reader Digest story where a man one morning got up to work and his wife is saying Tata, and suddenly he just vanished. And for years, the woman could swear she could hear her husband at that spot, but he vanished and he never been seen. And she saw him vanishing. I believe that there's portal that they control, like CERN. There's a reason why they built that there. But there's also micro portal that can open at any time. That's my belief.
Thank you. Thank you for
The
sharing that.
video
Hmm.
shows everybody.
And because what I also hear that there's also these sightings of Bigfoot. And when I did investigation and somebody connected to me how these were interdimensional beings, that just blew me away. Wendy, yes. Did you want to add on to what she was her story?
No, I'm just listening. I'm fascinated about everybody's thoughts on the portal.
Des, do you know about the portal in Tennessee, or would you like to talk about any other portal that you might have some knowledge of or give an expression of? But I recommend everybody look at Tennessee, though. Go ahead, Des.
I've heard of this portal. I've seen some of the videos as well. And anything that's highly, especially military protected, you have to really ponder upon a little bit more. Now, actually, physically seeing, obviously, nobody's seen it in the physical unless they're the ones that are in it. Now, these portals, they line up to one of two things I've noticed in my research is either the way the ley lines land up and intersect, causing these massive vortexes, portals per se, or where a lot of the ancient, like the mounds, the burial sites and places, those tend to have those portals as well. Um, some people have stated that the Tennessee is like the original, like the Giza Strip per se. But I have heard of it, and it's a way to get into the inner world. That's what
Um, I that made me think a lot, Des, because I don't really know about this portal, but being in Tennessee, I'm assuming it's by the Appalachian Mountains, right, or the slopes of it. So that
Is it
might.
also by a nuclear plant? One?
What? Say again?
Well, wasn't it next to a nuclear plant or something like that? I mean, I don't remember.
I don't
If
have that
these.
info. Let me look it up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, South. I didn't mean to cut you off. You were adding on to this about the portals, right? And what I can tell you, I don't know. I've heard about this, but it was due to Wendy. I haven't done much more research, but what I do find interesting is the connection to the Bigfoot and to the interdimensional beings that they can represent to be. Um, and again, right? There's so many of these happenings around the world, right? Because the more that I go into the deeper part where I was in Peru, right? But I'm an American, right? But yeah, my native part is there too. I started to connect some of these things that what we call Mesoamerica, right? We know about the part of the Anunnaki from the Eastern, but there's a part of our America that is what was hidden. The pyramids are the most mainstream. Not that they're fake, but when people like have a lot about this is because whatever has been pushed out there is for you to have some kind of enlightenment. But then you start to see things come up. So I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Wendy, please.
Russ Colhart did not give a location. He did not publicly give a location. He simply said in a national forest in Tennessee.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody
Back
else want
in
to answer that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
back
Now.
back in 2019 in Oka Ridge National Lab, I just found the information. There's the portal rumor also over there, so that would be East Tennessee, and it's a physician doing neutron experiment. So again, it must be a collider over there. Um, Sounds collider to me anyway.
Yes, which is also interesting because when we think about it, right? If you guys don't know that CERN is actually closing in the summer, in July, around the week of the eclipse. Why? There's something that is shifting, right? I believe the powers like I really like the astrology right now. There's so much fear out there, and the only way this can happen to you is if you're not walking your vibe. I always use the example when I was in the closet. No matter how good I portrayed to the world, I was becoming evil because I'm not being me. That's a good analogy for you guys to walk upon to know
That's
that,
true. That is so true. That
right? You're
is
being,
so true.
think about it, right? So now that I'm out, right? I'm being me. That's a good analogy for you guys to know on if you're being good or not, because sometimes our performance can blind us. And that's when the demons come. Whatever that is, it happens. But when you understand that part of consciousness and awareness, man, you are protected. You are so protected. It's no longer available. Only through your actions as a fool is where you can fall into these, moments in time. Um, so from there, right? Anybody else want to weigh in on Bigfoot, portals, or South was
I live in Tennessee, and we have a wild man of beach flats. We have a Bigfoot here. And, I've heard about it all my life, and I'm only, 55 years old. I'm going to turn 55 in August. And, that wild abandoned beach flat has been here all my life. The mountains are the
okay.
mountains.
Have
And
you ever seen one?
well, yeah,
I'm just curious. Okay,
I have,
okay.
but then again, I can't, I've not walked up to him and everything, so I can't say I have.
Well,
I'm not
I
going to
mean
sit
that
here
walk out. I
and
wouldn't walk
say
up to
that
him.
I haven't.
It's okay if you don't walk up. I promise you, I probably would. I'd be like, what?
Yeah,
But
well, I mean,
where's
yeah,
your
that would
receipts,
be
man?
hard, wouldn't it? It
I
would be
mean, like you
hard to
gotta.
walk up to him.
Look, I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
I mean,
honest with you, but don't
he's
look.
big. He's big, got
So
a lot of hair. It would be
okay.
hard to walk up to him. It would be.
All right. Thank you for sharing that, right? So because it's about the experience, right? I'm not going to ask you
It
for a receipt.
is.
Maybe sometimes I will, but not this time. This time I want to hear that because right now it's expressing that, right? Expressing that part of you. So before we move on, I want to say something about South. He brought up a good point. If you want to share that, South, about Huaraz in Peru.
Yeah, it's where the lowest gravitational pull, right, is in the whole world, the weakest, I should say, right? It's up in the high altitudes of Huaraz, right? Mount Huaraz. Me and Astro actually went there a long time ago with her family, right? And the reason I'm bringing that up is because that place is a portal to the point where there was right next to it, there was a mudslide that completely covered the village below. And to this day, like everybody's still, underneath them.
Wait,
It's like a tourist spot that we went there. Go ahead.
There's the same thing in Canada. In Hudson Bay, the gravity is all the way to 45%
Hmm.
less than
Hmm.
anywhere else in the world.
Hmm.
45% is a lot.
Yes, and you know what we're talking about here. This is how we're able to find the portals because there's always a science behind to back it up. Whenever there's a dilation of time through gravities, density or not, this creates that energy of existence, and they happen in those ley lines where you talked about in Peru. That's next to Lake Titicaca, that place. So we're talking about these places, ley lines, and they all have this, right? And so you're able to know that which ones they are is because they have an energetic pull and a dilation of time because of gravity. Whatever that is, we're not going to get into that, but that force, okay? Right?
You have to look at my story, Astro. I put something
We'll
about
have spiritual
Peru.
jeopardy someday again. Don't worry about it, guys. But
I put something about Peru and something they found on top of mountain. It's
they
new.
did. I'm doing a Peru series. I'm just waiting for my aunt to get back to me because she's sending me some information because her husband's an archaeologist. Mind blowing right now. And I'm kind of ashamed being a Peruvian. I'm like, how did I not know that? So I'm going to be bringing some cool stuff about that too, because I haven't forgot about that. In Peru, Chile, Argentina, right? Colombia. That's where they found the Bugosphere. Peru and Colombia are next to each other. And Brazil, it's all part of the states of the South. Um, and when I went down there, guys, so much I want to share with you, but we will with time. Um, thank you, South, because this is this is how we're able to understand certain energetic pressure points into this. Um, anybody else want to answer the question? Uh, I'm still a little nervous here. You know what I mean? All right. So,
Fantastic.
Nervous. Don't be
okay.
nervous. Oh my goodness. You're doing amazing. Look at this. This is beautiful. I love it. I love it. Love it.
All right. All right. All right. Fine.
He
So,
always does good. He always does good, girl. I agree
oh,
with
thank
you.
you. Oh, thank you, and thank you for this opportunity,
And
Wendy. Right? There's
yes,
good
the
people
Smoky
out there.
Mountains is a portal. It is. It is.
There you go. There you go. Is that what? Is that why Smokey the Bear is? That was such a nerdy joke.
Well,
I don't
I
even know.
mean,
Whatever.
I live here, and we have traveled there every year of my life. And my daddy always loved the Smoky Mountains, and it's right up the road, pretty much,
I
from me.
mean, I used to love the mountains, right? And then I saw the movie The Hills Have Eyes, and I said maybe
Uh,
next year. Ah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I
it's
love the mountains.
beautiful. It's very beautiful. It is.
It
It's
is. It
very
is. It is.
beautiful.
All right. So now that we're gonna get back into this, because I love where this is going. Oh, please, Robin, help me. Yes. Yes.
No, I
Robin,
was gonna
help
say
him.
for me, like when I've heard about portals, because I've heard about a couple portals like in Arizona, and when I've heard about them, especially like in Idaho too, they've always been in a forest of some sort. Almost every portal that I've heard about has been in like some national forest. And if you think about it, the Missing 411 documentary goes into information about that too.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
Yeah. We can talk about that too. I saw that a while back, right, with the hunters.
Yeah.
Mm.
He did a second one. He did a second documentary as well. So he did the first one, and that's when he realized that most of the people that have been near these portals, right, have been elk hunting, and they have wound up finding some of their belongings or whatever like months later, with their stuff, usually the weapon of choice or whatever, and like a piece of clothing, and it'll be near a body of water like a river. Also, he had an interview with one guy who said that he had an experience and he went up with these people, and when they found out that he had had a vasectomy, that they sent him back down here. But when he had gone up there, he had spots on his lungs, and when he got sent back down, that his lungs were perfectly clear, everything was good, he was in great health, but that they said that he didn't have what they needed. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that, right? And when you think about it again, right? What is it that was always associated with this, right? I think there was always abrupt weather changes during these moments, right?
Didn't know that.
I didn't
And,
either.
well, it's if you guys hear, there was actually something that came out about the mothership in the files. Did you read on that, Wendy?
Yes.
And it,
But I didn't know about the weather changes. Interesting. It tracks though. Sorry,
it
back to you.
tracks because it's the atmosphere, right? Remember, Nancy, when people thought we were crazy in 2024, when we're like they shot a rocket to the moon, and you brought that up, and I'm like, of course, that makes sense now. It's atmospheric chemistry, engineering, right? It's actually shooting it too, because whenever there's an eclipse, the temperature changes in a way that's kind of spooky. It's when new souls enter, but it's a time to just be bliss, right? And when they shot it up there, what they're grabbing, they're containing foreign, because during the time it comes, there was also a meteoroids. There's always meteoroids that happen with this. I always say the meteoroids or comets are like the sperm of the universe.
Not
But that
any
right,
meteoroid.
right? But that eclipse, right? They shot a rocket. NASA shot a
Three
rocket.
rocket. Three rocket.
Three three rockets.
At
I'm
the
the
eclipse.
at the eclipse at the
But
18th
at the
microsphere to
same
the boogosphere.
time,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, that comet, that green comet, or devil comet, or hornet comet was passing right between the sun and the moon. And they call it Project EPEP, which was the god, an ancient Egyptian god that was chasing the green snake that was trying to eat the sun disk.
The sun, which is the eclipse. Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So it's a true story, right? What I like to bring in is why, right? Why would they shoot it up there? So like, as we look it up, there's so much into the eclipses that people don't even realize. I always talk to Wendy about that. So she doesn't know the astrology, but people know eclipses, right? They're very important in your natal chart, the cycles they play through the movement of the universe, right? That's why when we talked about it, Robin, right? 2018, Wendy, 2010, these are your moments. These are just dates, right? Right? Connections that are in the boogosphere, the 18 microspheres are the eclipses. Because when the sun and the moon align, the mother, the father, the right and left side of the hemisphere, the parts of you that are most you, this is powerful. And you find these connections, right? Because the memory of who you were is when its timing comes through that. But anyway, where do we go from here?
I was just gonna like say about the portals, like in Australia, like especially Western Australia where I'm from, there's like still a lot of sort of pretty isolated and isolated and national parks and stuff. And one thing I like to do is like climb up the hills and go to the river mouths and things like that. And one thing that I've noticed is there's in the most sort of impressive spots, like in Rivermouth or at the top of a hill with a really like panoramic, amazing view and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
there is often like a cut out of the rock. Like the rock here is like granite. So there's like usually a sort of seat cut into the rock at some part, like a chunk out of it. And I'm pretty sure that's been, probably an ancient thing, right? Like I guess it could have been done in the past couple of 100 years, but it doesn't look like it's been done with tools. Looks like it's, like very, very weathered and stuff. But, that sort of spot would give you the perfect seat to like meditate in these like places of power. And that is how like maybe you can have a portal and a setup for a portal, in my opinion, because what you're going to want is to sort of get your personal frequency such that it
Yeah,
attracts.
because it does track, right? Because if you think about it, they say that during some certain parts of the forest, things go silent. I mean, even the mosquitoes. But what's also interesting is what I hear that there's atmospheric buzzing because
Have
some
you
reports,
heard of
but
the?
but hold on, listen, and then I want you to answer this. So if you think about it, right, there's been mention of metallic buzzing sound in the air a metallic orb in the air near these deep woods, and the sensation of disorientation begins before either disappearance or those who have not been taken. That's interesting. Did you guys know about that? That kind of sounds like the orbs.
That's very interesting. Have you heard as well of like the stairs in the forest as well? Like mysterious stairs
That
that
took
the
me a while
trope
to
is.
swallow, but I know some of that, but I'm sure Wendy, she can take me there to those stairs. Or if you want to share with us how, like, for those who don't know, right, there is this stair in the middle of the forest. So where am I think you do know.
I've
So
seen pictures of those stairs and forest and everything. And
okay. But real quick,
but
because I want to get everybody caught up here because a lot of us know, like I
I'm
don't know
not.
really. So where mine though, and then I'll have you weigh in. I promise.
Oh well,
Okay, do you want to explain it
I
or?
only just
But I ain't
I
never
just saw a bunch
seen.
of videos about it for a while. Like I was fascinated by it, so I watched a whole bunch of videos about American
Okay.
people who had like encountered stairs in the forest, and it was just the weirdest thing. And they said, like you said, there was things like buzzing or crackling and a feeling of doom and or foreboding or something. And yeah, the trope was like, don't go up the stairs unless you're like prepared to, encounter whatever potentially dangerous thing that awaits you. But I'm from Australia. I've never heard of stairs in Australia, but what there would be in Australia is like caves or mine shafts and stuff. So I think in Australia, like definitely the cave would be the sort of replacement for that.
What about your Jurassic Park that you have in the backyard that seemed to just be a parrot? Or I'm just kidding, because I'm telling you, the Australian animals, like, they blow me away, right? What? Yeah, I love you Australians. Like, you guys are like foreigners too. So thank you for sharing that. Anybody want to put their input on that? And we'll move on to the next question. Um, going once, going twice. No. All right, Wendy, would you like to pull up a question, or we can keep on? I don't know. Go where do we go from here? 3:44 a.m. Make a wish.
I would love to talk about astrology for a second if we could. I'd love to pose a question to the panel, if that's okay.
Yeah. Hello. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So I hear so many people say, I don't subscribe to astrology. What are y'all talking about, right? You can't have one without the other. It's all connected, right? It's all a perfect circle. You don't get to pick and choose which part of existence to subscribe to. It simply is, right? And that's why I trust people like Stephen Greer, because he doesn't discriminate in his research. He isn't biased in his knowing based on previous belief systems, right? And he brings the data and he trusts the patterns and confirms it with whistleblower information and government documents, right? He utilizes cosmology and he puts it all together. He understands that consciousness is key, and no one was talking about that until the first congressional hearing. Yet he talked about this in the 90s, right? He was allowed the luxury of time to allow his claims to start coming to fruition, and that includes astrology. So we know, or we believe, most of us, that truth becomes stigmatized, right, in a society set up in a way to suppress the truth. So my question to the panel would be, is that why astrology was made to feel so woo-woo? Is that why people were discouraged from entertaining the notion? Because it's one step closer to the truth. Because I know that even after my spiritual awakening, I wasn't entertaining the notion. And now I'm like, well, shit. What was I thinking? Yeah?
I mean, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to answer this one first because I was somebody that was a non-believer. I had a friend, Christine, South knows her, since 2002, talking to me astrology on my head. Blah, 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 your moon in the third house. So I'm like, oh my God, get that shit away from me. I don't believe in that. It came to me. It came to me during a tragedy, actually, in a way that just gave me hope again. How the fuck does this know? Like, what? Where are you watching me? Who's watching me? Like, when I've given readings here, you're like, what the fuck? That's not me, channel. It's a math that's here for you. And I believe that astrology has become the biggest taboo in the communities because people think that you have to abide to, you're an Aquarius, you're acting like this. That's not astrology. You are not the astrologer. Humans really put themselves in a pedestal. You are the vibration of everything around you that represents, because Aquarius represents airplanes, alien, the future, the network, detachment, collective, the friends, and those born under the season. That energetic vibration creates a personality that you make out of that chemistry. Does that make sense? And that's real astrology, to understand everything around you is you in vibration of zodiac and made from frequency of planets. And it's, of course, it's going to be separated from you as the biggest taboo. And Johann Kepler, yes, his name was Johann. He's the first motherfucking astrologer that separated the astronomy from astrology. And this began where it was no longer a science. People don't realize that John Dee, favorite astrologer, thank you very much for the gift. He was actually the right hand of the Queen of England. And because of his forecast calculations of when to strike, is why England 500 years later is, the monarch of the world that it is, because of John Dee. And this is a fact. You can look it up. He told her when to strike when Mars was ready. This is like the weather, right? It's like, for me, it's like, I try to pass this message because it won't change your belief. You can believe in whatever you want. It's personal. You think the people on my panel believe in astrology when they're here? I don't want that shit. I don't want people coming and telling me, because I'm not in the astrology community. Part of the lesson is, can you break out of what you've been growing from and find freedom in connecting with all? Thank you. Because that's where I have my brother and a few others, but see, it's about connecting. Thank you, Wendy. But you got me emotional because I fucking 3 months ago was so different, right? I was like, okay, I don't want to bring this in, but there's a purpose for it because it was hidden from us. Because once you have your manual, Wendy, you know how to navigate. You already know how to navigate. Don't think that you need it. But why would you drive without a GPS? Are you going to wink at the whole ride there? Is that how the ego works inside? Huh?
Yes.
So yeah, thank you. Anybody else wants to weigh in south to what she asked? Thank you, Wendy.
I got something.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think astrology, like she said, that I love the way she put it, woo woo, right? It was taught to be woo woo for a few reasons, and not all of them are the same. Historically, astrology, like you said, astrology and astronomy were not always completely separate. For a long time, studying the sky meant studying both the physical movements of the planets and the meaning people believed those movements carried. And over time, especially through the scientific revolution and the age of reason, astronomy became the measurable science. And astrology was pushed into the symbolic, spiritual, and divinatory, I think that's how you say that, category. And to be fair, modern science asks for repeatable, testable, falsifiable proof. Astrology does not operate like that. So from that scientific lens, it got labeled the pseudoscience because it does not consistently.
It became pure perspective, right? Yes.
Right. It couldn't prove itself through controlled prediction. And that is the Saturn side of the conversation, because evidence matters, right? But I also think something deeper happened. We weren't taught to dismiss astrology because it teaches people to look for. We were taught. Sorry, I'm going to add a couple extra words in there. To dismiss astrology because it teaches people to look for the pattern, timing, cycles, and self-understanding outside of institutional permission. Astrology reminds you that you are not random. Your emotions have timing. Your lessons have rhythm. Your relationships have pattern, right? Your body responds to seasons, moons, transits, and cycles, and systems that want people disconnected from themselves do not benefit from people learning their own pattern language. So we were swayed away from astrology because the modern world became obsessed with what can be measured and started mocking what must be interpreted. But humans are not only machines, we're meaning making beings, and astrology survived because people still feel it, right? They may not have the language, but they knew something in the sky still speaks to something in the self. Muted.
Yes, and that's God. Yes, yes, yes. That connection. It's so personal. Nobody has your chart. You can be born on the same day, the same year, the same location, the same time, but nobody's born on top of each other's ley line. Not even twins. There's a second of separation. You see how unique it is? That's yours. That's your personal manual. And it was taken away. It doesn't change your belief. You can believe in what you want, Scotty. Have your manual. It will make life easier so we don't disrupt that moment when the universe is saying that temperatures are high for disruption. You must know how to ride the wave, because sometimes when we avoid it, there's times to reflect and you don't know it. You're going against the currency and it's costing you your health, because you're going to get to that destination whether you like it or not. It's a universal purpose. You chose that. Because we are so guided by the universe. When I go back in time to remind you guys, right, Robin, of the years, patterns of what happens, of what we're able to look at the past to calm our asses down because we made it through. And these cycles that I bring up are so accurate that bring you that moment where you're like, it's happening again from a different scenario. You'll be okay, bitches. Let's not focus our attention on it because it costs us during this time. And then you fucking have the magic of creating whatever you want because you know the condition. You save yourself a lot of fucking time. A lot of time. Like right now, it's like, I'm not going to save friendships right now. That was so 2024, the time for that. Because right now it's about the friendships will be saved by separation naturally. You can go the other way. But you know that right now the universe is telling you that where you're connecting with is awkward, different, but it feels right. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So anybody else wants to weigh in?
Would. um, I definitely feel that we were taught to believe that it's, voodoo or whatever because it is the truth. And I also believe that they use astrology as well to make their moves and do what they do.
Yeah, like Jesus, right? How many times have I said, Melissa, Jesus was an astrologer. But people have the misconception that Jesus was reading natal charts. That's not astrology. That's modern astrology. That's my practice. I'm the astrology teacher. The astrology is universal understanding of who you are and vibrate and how you resonate, right? What about forgiveness? You know how astrology has helped me really understand my family in ways without having to walk in their shoes and make it an effort when, oh, they're vibrating like that. Oh, Wendy's an Aquarius, right? So an Aquarius attaches like a sport, right? Easy, right? And sometimes I know that now, so I don't take it personally when she's my best friend, like, oh, my Aquarius is out there, you're listening. And then somehow the next day it's like, where'd they go? They detach a gift they have, teaching others as the opposite of Leo. Aquarius teaches Leo, hey, let's have a little bit of a heart too. And Aquarius teaches Leo to kind of not put all heart into it. And detachment is a gift from time to time. That's the astrology in a way. So you understand the characters. You understand the characters of people. If you're an Aries, I understand that there's always going to be a part where you're very impulsive and, well, Aries, the world doesn't rotate around you. Aha, my little nephew, my Aries friends out there, I get to love them. That's who they are. My brother, go ahead, Robin,
No,
please.
I was going to say that's what. How many times have we talked about the fact that, like, if we look at the fact that we're all energy, and so when we give descriptions or when you give like the forecast of what's to come or how people interact with other people, it's the energetic resonance. It's the vibration of like what's coming to you, what's being presented to you. It's not the person. It's not the exact
You are
thing
not,
that's going to
this.
happen.
Exactly.
Right. And so
Yes.
like
Yes.
if you realize that like me and Wendy, Aquarius, I'm a South Node Aquarius and she's an Aquarius.
Mhm.
Why? There's sometimes I'm like, what the whatever. Well, it's because it's the energetic vibration that is not cohesive but cohesive. You know what I'm saying? So it all stands for a different part of your life, of you as a person. And if you realize that the energy does not make you totally you, it's just what your makeup is. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, go.
I mean,
Yes. No,
that's
me
what,
neither.
yeah.
He's talking. Okay,
Go ahead.
so understand that yes, that's also our personal chemistry. But as Astro was saying, what all these other astrologers do. It's a collective, right? Because we all feel the transits. Those are the chemical reactions that we feel.
Mm.
So everybody talks about in the conspiracy, oh, they have more power. Your mic's on.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
They have, they don't have more power. They don't have more knowledge. You're choosing to ignore the energies at play. They have to abide by the cosmic laws, the transits that are constantly moving through the planet's movements. They have to obey those. That's when they know how to do things through the order that needs to be done through the cosmos, not just whenever they decide to. There's an overload of information out there that's not false. It's actually true, but what are you going to focus on? Because you do need to focus on something. What is the thing that motivates you? What inspires you? What brings joy?
And thank you for saying that, Sal, too, because I love what Robin said. And for those who want to understand a little deeper what South meant, because we got some new people that are kind of connecting here, is understanding that when it's winter, winter doesn't care if you don't believe that it's winter. It's winter. How we experience it from time to time by knowing the cycles, how we're going to spend it, that's your experience, and you create your reality. We are responders as co-creators from that response, from a universal projection. That's why they call God a he, not because it's a he. They call God a he because it's a projection.
Lynn.
Yes, not man. But most people don't know how to read the Bible. So I get it. But it's all science, right? So I love what you said, that South, because if people look at the astrology, it pisses me off. I'm an Aquarius, so it doesn't abide to me. No, bitches, it abides to you. Right now, Uranus is in Gemini. It doesn't matter if you're an Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, or Pisces. What matters is I know how to respond to your universal temperature. Through your chart, you respond, right? And that's why in astrology, it pisses me off when people just worry about their chart and their houses and them. But what about what's going on for everybody? Because right now, everybody's going through a momentum. Everybody is wanting to express their love. And if their love has been contained, it's coming out distorted. It's coming out weird because the temperatures are making us express this way. There's even a lot of studies that when the heat goes up, we get more temperamental. When the heat goes down, we get more depressive. That's a good way of saying it. But anyway, I'm not going to confuse you more. But thank you, Sal, for that share. Anybody else want to share on this? Thank you for the question, Wendy.
And if I kind of wanted to chime in on like why, they wanted to say like astrology is like, oh no, and people used to be like scorned for it or whatever, right? I think that in a logical aspect, right, some people wouldn't understand like, well, how do we know if we've never like tangibly been there, right, in that aspect? It's like, so how do we even know? How do we understand this? And as humans, we're programmed to have a tangible explanation in front of us, something that gives us the proof of how or why we understand or think that this is what happens, right? And when people don't understand the general concept of life as being the energetic resonance, right, then there's no comprehension for what astrology really stands for. And so I think that in order for us to be turned away from it, that takes it to where it's another distraction, right? Because astrology is truth. It's the map of your life. It's the map of the experience that you're having, right? So when you understand it as that versus, oh, it's just some woo-woo planetary whatever, well, the planets have an influence in what you do. Every single planet has totally has an influence, had an influence, and will continue to have an influence in the way that you move in life and what comes your way. But people don't understand it that way. And if they use it in the wrong way, like people in authority probably use it in the greedy, beneficial way, then, I mean, of course they don't want us to know that, because again, that would help us dive into ourself, realizing who we are, realizing what we are, and realizing how to work with life versus how to be against it.
Love that.
I feel like there's like the element that sort of bridges it is the right brain side of things as well, because science is the left brain, but the right brain is the sort of, you know, poetic or artistic, sort of intuitive side
No,
to
it's the other
our
way around.
intelligence.
It's the other way around. You're right though. The left side of the brain is the creative side, and the right no the right side of the brain is the creative, and the left is the logic. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
If you're
yeah, that's
right
what I
handed,
said.
so if you're left-handed, you use the right side more. If you're right-handed, you use the left side more. That's what I wanted to connect. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go on. So yeah, keep on talking.
Yeah. That's right. Anyway, but like what to sort of access it without having even, you don't even have to have the full scientific understanding of things if you can learn to be in touch with the right side of your brain, because if you can you know, sort of master your sort of control over the mode
That's
that
quite a
you're
gamble, though,
in,
isn't it? Awareness, though. I'm just
to
saying,
sort
right?
of be
Because I
able to
believe,
use the right side of your brain to like sort of ensure understandings of things.
I believe yes, the intuition. I always say your intuition is clear, but it's not accurate. Your intuition walks in and goes, something's off, but it doesn't know what it is. And this is where science comes in to find a method to get accuracy. So I
Yeah,
think it's
well, this is
because like,
true. Both sides have their place.
and that's why I think it's as a whole. I'm not saying you're wrong. I like where you're going, right? But I think that when we understand that it's nothing wrong, like I'm an astrologer. I utilize tools, right? I always say only fools don't use tools, not because you need exterior validation. No, I just like to have the confirmation of the universe, because man can become a little, you know, less humble than it needs to be sometimes. My funny quote that I see people say is like, I'm humbling down. I'm like, that's the most egocentric thing I've heard anyone say. How would you know that you're humbling down if another doesn't tell you? And that's when what I mean by the confirmation. Don't feel weaker because sometimes we need a little push or knowledge. You're as strong as you can be. I don't feel weak because I might need a tool, because the masters utilize them in order to get confirmation and to know that sometimes our intuition can get on a high horse, right? That's all though. But I love that part of the share. Anybody else want to jump into this? And if Wendy, you have another question, or anybody else, where do we take this at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Give me 30 seconds and I'll come up with questions if somebody else wants to bite us.
All right.
Over.
No, we'll keep it going. All right, guys, the flow, please.
Can
Add
I
on.
say as well, like I read tarot cards, and I sort of, you know, I do, so I sort of see signs like
Ooh, I
omens
didn't know
around me,
that.
and the animals and the birds and stuff. You know, that's more my sort of, that's my way of reading. Like, you're an astrologer, right? But I
Thank you
read
for
things
sharing
in a different
that.
way.
You just named something. That's what the universe needs. Your practice to make your spirituality a reality. Thank you for sharing that. Look at that. So
Can I just add something to
yeah,
Astro?
please.
Um, the point of astrology too, of that how it's accurate, and you can't go wrong with it if you know what you're doing. And I just say that because, like, with you and South, when I've gotten readings and stuff like that, and like you guys didn't know anything about me, and you guys can be like bam bam bam, you know, and you can pull things up out of my life that you guys see through my chart is just mind-blowing. And that's
Because
how
it gives you comfort, right? Because my
yes,
purpose is in here to give you comfort, right? Because it's like, I'm going to blow your mind. I'm going to take you to a place that you won't tell me anything. And I'm going to tell
yep,
you a scenario. And this is what brings up faith again, right? Because it's not that I'm predicting your future. The reality is that human behavior is predictable under certain conditions. So you know the conditions, right? But it's where we understand that just having that power, The power right now of taking the chance where I'm like, this is my fourth live I've done today, guys. I've been doing them all day because in the stars, it said, Astro, the universe is asking for the connections. This is where matters of opportunities come. And what, boom, look at this.
Yeah.
Because you
That's
can do it whenever
amazing.
you want, right? But it's like saying, if you tap into the universal rhythm, that video you sent me talked about that too, Wendy, and all that stuff, because it's knowing the universal order. The sun and the moon. The moon isn't gonna, like, the sun isn't gonna pop out at midnight and just say, I'm taking over, moon, right? There's an order there. They respect each other, the planet. And that is where humans sometimes might go off into discord and disease when they're not aligned with the universal order. Obey the universe by obeying yourself. Self-obedience goes a long way. But when you have something to have an observation of, it just fucking makes it easier. It facilitates a doubt. Go ahead, Robin, please.
No, I was gonna say, and like the really awesome thing that I found in astrology, because like I mean, we've talked a few times about when you gave me my first reading, and I like ran away halfway through it, and I'm like, no, where's the hidden cameras? Where's Ashton? Like, what the f? You know what I mean? Because it was way too much. It was like way too accurate, way too real, way too like
She
where
really ran away.
have you been following me my whole life? Like, where's the spy cameras? Like, I was freaked out. But the more that I've listened, the more that I've like tried to understand, right? It ties into like any spiritual aspect that you study, any of your, I don't want to say gifts, but abilities or practices that you use. Like, how many times have we done like the astrology and the chakras and the Reiki and the tarot, and I mean like even shadow work, even guided meditation, like everything, every aspect that I've even brought to you, and I've been like, okay, Astro, please explain how this is relates, like elements of the periodic table, the 7 stages of spiritual alchemy. I mean, it's even the 12 universal laws, like all of it relates to astrology. Your parts of your body, the sections that you have in your body, every planet is relative to each part of your body, right? The colors of your chakras. Every planet is relative to the color of your chakras. Every
Yes.
planet is relative to a tarot card, right? And it's not even just that, it's the elements and all of it. And when you realize the energetic, and I don't know how many times I can keep stressing that, right? Energetic resonance of it, that's what it is for you. It's your guide for life. It's not predicting your future. It's your guide for how your reaction to the energy that is being presented to you, right? If we talk about what are your top 3 or what's your astrological birth chart? Well, now we're asking somebody what's in your spiritual medicine cabinet, so I know how my energy can like relate to yours.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
that's what.
It's literally, that's what it is.
It is, because it makes it more relatable to know, like with my brother, like I'm able to connect with them because you're able to understand the vibration, right? You're able to understand that, you have a low rider and the other one's a Jeep. Which one can go up the mountain? Don't get mad because the low rider can't. That's a vibration of astrology, to understand and love people for who they are and what they are, and love yourself too. Because part of my skit is also bringing the comedy out of it, right? Like I make jokes, right? Like nobody will ghost you better than an Aquarius. Ha ha! Brought to you by Aquarius, the ghosting hobby. Or nobody's gonna lie to you like, I gotta go because they're bored, like a Gemini. Bringing the parts of that out there that we sometimes have. Why? Because our gifts sometimes that people say, oh, you're an Aquarius, you're cold. You may come off cold, but you learn how to detach from unnecessary emotional pain as a gift, but balancing it out. Or a Gemini is a simulation of the zodiac, not just the people. We all have it, guys. It's the energy. You're made of all these fucking energies. But when you start to see somebody's natal chart, you see how they vibrate. When we talk about they're projecting onto your projection, that's your sun sign. That's the light of the flashlight, right? When we talk about an emotional memory and our instincts, that's your moon. When we talk about our process of how we think, our computer is Mercury. Right? So just to bring a little example. And so when we understand the chemistry, I'm like, okay, this is how this dude is, right? You're able to really facilitate and not take it so personally. That's how I've been able to forgive people. Because I look at it and it keeps me strong, right? And I'm telling you, man, this is a time where the universe is it's in this moment in time where this is like this week especially. These are the opportunities. These is actually not bad astrology. A little chaos, a little neurosis out there. It's only a side effect of those who haven't been expressing who they are. It's coming out distortedly wrong as they think it's right. Remember, I was telling you a month ago, more actually. It was in March. Christopher Columbus discovered America. I got something to tell, right? I got something to tell you. I got the answer. And what I meant by that is because the temperatures that I saw coming from because of Neptune, we're going to create this response. You've seen it play out. Humans are predictable, but the ones who are conscious are the ones who make the reality happen like we do here, like we fucking do here. So, all right, Wendy, you have questions for us?
I
Oh,
do.
Wendy in the house. All right.
Yes, I have questions, but somebody down below just asked a question, so I'll start there. Why do people use the word abilities instead of gifts? Anna?
If I can, really quick, I didn't mean a mic grab right there, but I think that people use the word people who have an aware mind of what it truly is to have an ability or to have your ability open up or that you've nurtured it or worked with it, right? It's not a gift that's been handed to you like somebody else gave it to you, like here you go, here's my present to you, and you now have, the gift of seeing the future or whatever, right? It's not something you've been given. It is something within you. It's an ability that you have, but it's not just going to show up. It's something that you need to be in a state of reception to allow to open up, to allow to be there for you, right? And so that way you know how to nurture it or what it is that is your number one ability or the one that you get more often than not. So I feel like ability is just a way to say that it's something that all of us have. It's not like you're chosen if you're clairvoyant. You know what I mean? No, it's not like that. It's you have the ability. So that's why I say it, anyways.
I totally agree with you. Somebody behind the scenes said something kind of funny. They're like, I'm going to dumb it down. And I said, okay, let's do it. Because this comes up a lot, doesn't it, Robin? Especially on live events. So if we're all fractals of source, we all have the potential, right, to unlock dormant DNA. So these are things that we're all capable of, right? It's a birthright. A gift is something extra. Abilities are what we are made of, right? We all have the ability to do these things. So no one gives me an arm or a leg for Christmas, right? It's already part of who I am. A gift would be a fucking cheesecake. Yeah. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was the analogy that was used, and I was like, yes, yes, yes.
I love that. Yeah. All right. So, anybody else want to answer that? I thank you, Wendy. We're gonna be rotating. We're gonna be rotating the panel some first, right? So we can get more people up here. And so I want to get some answers if you guys want to. But what I do want to also connect with soon, Nancy, I need you to come to Wendy's panel soon to speak about your experiences that you've told me, right? Because I think now that you're here, you lost a fear, right, of talking to more, right? And I would love to hear it sometime in the upcoming week. We'll talk, okay? But I want you to weigh in on the.
My NDE right now as where I got gifts.
Oh, okay, sure. Let's bring it that way. Go. Can you fix your microphone so we can hear you?
Sure. So sorry
There
about
you
that.
go. Perfect.
Excellent. Abilities and actually gifts. I received gifts when I was a kid. I had gifts. I received gifts during my NDEs, and some of them became abilities as I practiced them, as I practiced with them. They became abilities. But there's some of them I don't have to practice. It's a gift.
And we spoke about this because when I gave you that reading on the live about the NDE, right? I'm like, this is when you had it, right? It's crazy because it's played on the chart, right? And the abilities that you've gained, right? Because I've seen your premonitions already. You've already shown them to me in the past 4 years, right? And it's interesting, right? Because there is a part of where the NDEs, right, do create like a reboot, right? And it was meant for that. Yeah, and you see this in the chart, right? It's so crazy. So thank you for sharing that, and we can probably even go deeper sometime into that, and into the and do a whole live on the Boogosphere. I think that's what to do, Wendy. But we need to prep it up, right? Because there's so much together with the information that I have. So okay. Would you like to say share something else? Another question before we rotate.
Me? Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wants to know about spiritual hierarchy regarding star seeds. Will they be prioritized when disclosure happens? Okay, don't come at me. I don't discriminate with my questions. So if they ask them, I ask them. So spiritual hierarchy regarding star seeds, question mark. Will they be prioritized when disclosure happens? What you got?
Sal, do you want to answer about star seeds being the ones who are taken up and not anybody else? Or anybody want to answer that question?
Well, my stance on that is, that it's Generation Alpha are the people who are the chosen ones that are bringing, and I say chosen ones because not one person, the generation that is going to bring humanity to its heights. And we're here to help them, yes, but they were born into that era.
And that would be 2012.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're born before 2012, I'm sorry, you're before the marker. I mean, it's in the stars, but hey, I'm not one, but I'm special too. I'm just saying. Thank you, South, for that.
Hello, I'm totally the chosen one. Okay, can we just understand that? I'm totally the chosen one.
And Aware Mind, would you like to answer? Do you believe, like as he was talking about, right? Because I hear a lot of people talk about this, right? And we all are special beings, right? I mean, we all are. I mean, like this has been a whole like 12 years of like amping up this how special we are, right? No competition, no debate. You are special. How dare somebody try you? But do you believe that, because there is in the stars, right? And Tesla was a good example of that because he was born in the same alignment with a lot of geniuses during the 1850s. He was born in the 1850s and the alignments we have now. So you're able to calculate this. But now I want to hear your opinion on that. And if you have anything else to share after that, because we're going to start rotating. Please, Aware Mind, go.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy to go down after this. That's fine. I think maybe there are sort of more rare types of people, and Tesla would definitely go under that category. Like people obviously with that specialized sort of gift for visualization and inventing things like him or whatever Einstein had, like things like that are obviously rare, but I don't know. I think it's a bit silly to sort of think of like spiritual hierarchies, just because, like you said before, like being humble is like probably one of the highest kind of gifts that you can have, and that's kind of like an antithesis to like hierarchy, right?
But I mean, it is, right? Because if you think about it, right? Like, trust me, like humble sometimes, not on Fridays and Tuesdays, Betty. But I'm working on that, right? It's not my greatest gift, right? Like radical vulnerability, God damn it. But I've seen what it brings, right? And it just feels so warm and good inside. You
The
couldn't see it from
universe
another.
has a way to sort of bring you back down to sort of cut you back down to size too when you get ahead of yourself
Fucking
anyway,
does,
right?
doesn't it? I mean, it fucking does. Thank you for that, because I'm learning with you, bro. Like
Yeah,
everything I
man.
know, right? I'm in this universe, right? I can speak to you about how this is how I work this out, but I promise you, Karen plays on me every Tuesday and Thursdays as I bring as an example, right? Because my personality is into this. But when we learn that part of us, that does play either Karen or Chatty Cathy or Debbie Downer. It's a purpose for you because there's always a realization, right? for that. Like, for example, real quick before you go, what's your sun sign?
Sagittarius.
Oh, well, welcome to my Sagittarius, because I'm also a Sag, right? And that's why there's only room for one prophet on the panel. I love that because you are the, because you are, look how he laughs, because you are the teacher, right? And that falls into the part of higher learning, right? And I always tell my Sagittarius because people sometimes think we're getting mad, but we're getting passionate and you're not listening. It's about finding your audience, my friend. When a Sag finds its audience, it becomes the most benevolent and optimistic being, because you know what happens on the other side, right? We've seen Britney, Christina Aguilera, Miley Cyrus. They're all Sages. You've seen stories happen, right? But anyway, thank you for
Yeah.
sharing that.
Yeah. Nah.
Any,
Thank you. Thank you. I'll let you go. Bye.
all right.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
All right, so we're gonna start rotating. Everybody follow Aware Mind. He is always on Wendy's panel, and always love his perspective on that. So, who wants to answer next?
Oh, I wanted to, if I can, I wanted to talk about like the star seeds and the chosen ones. I was being facetious earlier, but so in the aspect of being a chosen one, right? First of all, I just want to say that everybody is chosen because you've been chosen to be you. So that's one thing that you have to remember, right? If you want to, everybody's chosen. But when we talk about like the star seeds are going to go first, or this is going to go first, if you think about it as like, that's like, so your DNA makeup, right? Everybody comes from a certain background. Everybody has like a certain cellular makeup in their body. And so some people may claim to be air quotes star seeds, some maybe Vulcan, I don't know, just like all these little labels that you want to place on people. And so if you hear people saying that, you know, oh, well, the star seeds are going to go first, or I'm a star seed, or I'm this, or I'm that. Okay, great. That's great that you're wonderful with labels, right? And that's fine. But just remember at the end of the day, we're all energy. We all came from the same place. And so, like, if we realize that part of it, then why do we need to continue the separation? Why do we need to continue the division? You know what I'm saying? Like, because if we would like to have unity outside of self, then we need to be unified within self. So accepting that I am the same as you in that aspect, then that helps to create the unity outside as well, right? And I don't need to figure out that I'm half starseed, a quarter Vulcan, and a third, you know, whatever, dog or something. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, how about we focus on the human side?
Well,
I
I'm
always say,
saying,
because that's what I mean, that's what's making me. So I'm bringing my spirituality essence of all that jazz into a reality through a political astrology here and everywhere else. That's my human. I love my human. And I'm going to enjoy this human till I go, because it's like, that's a blessing. It's a blessing to be able to have people that you can love. There's a story that some of them stayed here as they visited because of the human experience. Is it that bad? I don't think so. I think it's fucking amazing. The way that we can build relationships, it's just, isn't that magic? Magic that a year ago, what, you didn't know me, Wendy, and now I know you, and you're a friend, and we connect. As Melissa and Robin and Nancy and them, I don't know you yet spiritual, but I'm sure friends are in the making, right? I'm one who connects with, right? With time. We're connecting here. We're getting to know each other. And I think the human experience is so benevolent that we forget about that because of, you know, the things as humans that we do that's negative. We always look at the F and forget all the A's that we have on the report card. I'll leave it at that. So thank you for sharing that. So Melissa, would you like to, we're answering last questions before we rotate the panel for new people to come up. This is my first live host, so I'm making it happen. Would you like to share on the
What
question
was
or
the
anything?
question? Like my app crashed.
The question,
Yeah. Was it the gift one?
do you believe in the Oompa Oompa? I'm just kidding. What was it?
Was it about the spiritual gifts or whatever?
Yes,
That's
yes,
been
yes.
well, no, I was just gonna say that why it's called a gift is because it's something that we're giving to somebody else. It's not something we all have. So gift versus ability. Like we don't all
Okay.
have the same gift.
And
I might
so
wait to this
when
conversation.
no, you're wait. This is where there's no wrong answers, only stupid ones. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Oh, Astro.
Oh, that was bad. I'm just joking, guys. Come on, let's laugh a little bit on a whatever night it is. All right, but I love what you said that because we do. Like for example, I always say, and I always bring this up to you guys, right? It's like respond to your ability, responsibility, right? So when we respond to our disability, is when we kind of are put into something we thought that we wanted or we were told by society, and it becomes a problem, right? It's where all people pleasing, all those appetizers happen. But when you understand that part, like I'm not as intuitive as Robin nor you having water sign or Nancy in her moon. These are the intuitive memory. So your gifts here are amplified for you to utilize this as an enhanced part of your chemistry. Doesn't mean I don't have it. I have practice of it. My gift is a little different. My gift is preciseness of the symbol. I can read that math. You put your natal chart in front of me. I already know your story. That's my gift. That's how deep it goes. The story of the symbology of how you vibrate. It just comes to me naturally. I have over 700 people in my head of their sun and their moon. I will never forget your sun and your moon when I know you. I don't go through your chart. I don't have time for that. I just remember by meeting you that because the way I connect is through the symbology. I get to know you without making it personal. And it's beautiful because we can live now being ourselves through this vibration, right? And those gifts, the beauty that's seeing the gifts within each other instead of trying to amp it up like some kind of fucking bad tug of war. It's realizing that's what makes us a power as a whole. Like I told Lauren the other day in his live when he's here, you're still here, Truth Hound. You're a Cancer moon, just like Nancy. Your intuition is so much higher in the level of what is needed here than mine. I don't feel weaker by that. I have other gifts, like I said, I read preciseness of symbols, and I'm very good at catching patterns of words. So therefore, as my gift is more a mechanical one and intuitive plays a role, it's not something I would gamble on because it's not in my chemistry. I'm a punch buggy that's trying to go up the Andes in that aspect. It's not going to happen. But I think that's the beauty of it because we start to see the beauty in what we have and accept of what we don't. Not because you got to be it all, because what's the purpose of it? Why is it? You start to realize, oh, I always said I'm not good at sports. I only fucking auditioned when I was looking for a date. And that was high school. Next. Who goes next now to answer the question? Melissa, I'm going to drop you for now, and I'll bring you back up if I'm here, if I get somebody who's just annoying. But we're going to try to rotate this. Okay, boo-boo? I love you, and I appreciate you
Love
so
you too.
much. All right, Moa, thank you. All right. Now we're going to go to spiritual. We'll keep it at 2 minutes. And then Audrey, right? If you want to answer the question as we rotate the panel, let's start off with spiritual.
Hello. Yeah, so the previous question about the star seeds and all the rest of that. Now, I 100% agree with Robin when she said about the segregation. Like, we are still continuing with the segregation, which is a little bit annoying for me personally. I don't see any point in it. We're all made the same. We're all designed, as humans. We're all spirits living a human experience. As for spiritual gifts, now, as a Libra sun and Aquarius moon, I'll just tell you my sun and moon. My natural gift is energy. It always has been. I've been developing these gifts for quite some time. But yeah, I'm here for this topic. I absolutely love it. Thank you for having me.
No, of course. And I'm going to give you a little gift here. So I'm going to give you a practical gift because my mom's a Libra and Libras have a gift, right? They can spot a liar. The lie.
Yeah.
Because Libra represents, see, that's your gift. As anybody can spot differences or mannerisms, Libra spots the lie like no other. It represents the discernment, the balance, the judge. The lady that's blindfolded in all courtrooms is Libra. It's that connection to Themis, the goddess Themis, right? That when we understand our gift of discernment and balance through Libra, you're here to bring harmony. But remember that one thing about Libra is you cannot live in anxiety of things falling apart because Libra sometimes can have phobias. All right, baby girl. Thank you for being here. I love you very much, and I will see you. And if there's places open, you can come back up again. Thank you for being here. All right. Audrey, would you like to weigh in?
Yes. I do believe that we all have gifts in many different areas. And I'm country, so you're gonna have to, listen to my southern accent. I'm sorry. It's so,
Wait, you
yeah,
said you said you're Southern?
I am. Yeah, I
Oh,
live in
okay. I love it.
Tennessee.
I'm
Um,
from Florida. I'm from
oh,
Miami, right?
oh, I ain't been down there yet. No, not
Ah.
down there. Yes, I love Panama City. That's my favorite
Oh,
place in the
oh,
whole wide world. Yes, I go
Panama
there almost
City.
every year. Yes, yes, I love me
Nice,
a
nice.
Panama City. I
All right. So
love
what?
Florida.
So before you go, what's your sun sign?
I'm a Leo.
Ah, the lion. Okay. All right. So remember one of the things about you, Leo, right? You are what we call the Leo's a queen, right? So remember that you are wherever you go, right? There's a part of you that is a strong essence, right? The roar of a Leo. And to remember that this month you got to express from the heart. Because a Leo that doesn't know how to play and have fun in life becomes a danger to itself and
Oh,
herself.
that makes so much sense. So
So
much
I want,
sense.
that's why I'm giving you this, as I love my sister who's a Leo and I learned to work with Leos. Just remember to play with life. Whenever you play with life, you're able to bring the lion and the purr out of you. And this is a moment to express it from the heart because nobody has courage like a Leo. Just remember that because when a Leo don't play, that's when the enemy becomes your own self and very dangerous. So thank you for being here. I'm going to rotate the panel and I will have you back up, Audrey. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
All right. So before we go to Des and Illuminatrix, can Robin or Beta Change somebody help me while I get some water, please? Like for a minute, if that's okay. Somebody
Yeah.
answer me.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Yep.
got you. Hey, Gypsy, welcome back to
Thank
the
you.
panel. How are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you? I'm
Excellent. Good to
good.
see you. Did you hear the question regarding spiritual hierarchy and whether or not that will play into disclosure?
Yeah,
Not
no,
spiritual hierarchy. I'm sorry. Star seeds, star seeds, star seeds. Yeah.
about them going first.
Yep. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I think we're all chosen, we're all given abilities, and then we have to develop them. You can call them a gift because they're all different. I mean, I don't think the word matters. I think that the fact that you realize that we're all the same and we're all made of the same stuff, we're just a little bit different. You know, we're born under different signs, like Astro was talking about, and because of that, we're given different gifts, and some they realize them early, some realize them later, but everybody has a spiritual awakening, I think, at some point, unless they choose not to, unless they're very comfortable where they are in their little bubble. I'm hoping, though, with disclosure, everybody will, you know, be consciously aware. And I think, no, that the chosen ones don't go up first.
Everybody, hello.
Hey, you saw a
I'm
disclosure
so
today.
happy.
Yes. Let's hear it. Let's hear about it without
I'm so happy
spoilers.
to be with you today. What time is it where the host is?
I think the
What time
panel is
is it?
from all over the place. So where I'm at, it's
Me, it's
3:30.
10, half past 10 a.m. in the morning.
All right, good deal. What brought you to the panel today?
Yesterday
What
I
would you
saw
like to share?
a little interfact. Yesterday I saw the last Spielberg. Oh, it was great. I haven't been into the cinema for years. For to be honest, scenes when we can see aliens and crop circle and we see everything, but it's short. But it's so nice. It's revelations. I will tell this movie Revelations because it's exactly what happened now. Spielberg is amazing. And the thing I want to tell about that is I feel a lot of sadness for Alien who was crushed in on Earth. then I feel sorry for them. Then when there was they were very bad with them. They were very bad with them. Humans they were very bad with them. It was horrible. On the movie we can see. I knew before, but when I saw the movie, you can see it was horrible. If we can, oh sorry, my dog. Sorry, I'm sorry.
That is okay. That is okay. I thought it was an
Sorry,
excellent.
my
No,
dog.
you're
But
good.
so I feel sad for them because all we made of them. I know they do abduction and everything, but all we made, it was horrible. I saw. Have you seen the movie?
Yes.
Je ne parle pas de toi, je parle en anglais avec des gens. Sorry. My boyfriend think I speak about him. He's not my boyfriend anymore, but he lives with me, and he think I speak about him. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no! I mean that was
He
quite
doesn't
entertaining.
understand English.
No, it's okay. Misunderstanding.
He's
So,
not my boyfriend anymore, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a shame.
no,
I'm only.
it's okay. We can mute our mic while we're
But
having
have
these
you
moments
seen
of.
the movie?
Thank you very much. Just give me 1 second, right? I just went all over the place. So we're back, right? Thank you, Wendy. Where we were going with this question. um, I just, I was in France. I love France, by the way. I lived in Strasbourg. Where were we going with the question? So like we can just keep it going. What's up, Gypsy? What's up, everybody here? We're talking about, well, it started with something, right? So
Yeah,
go
we're talking about. I'm sorry, just a moment here. We were talking about the movie, but we do have questions. So if you'd like fewer questions, let me know, friend.
I think we would, right? So like we're gonna keep it going. Thank you. South, I know you've been here, you've been supporting me. If you have after that want to have a question or Des, right? Because I'm gonna take 2 more people up here. Keep the live going for probably another hour or so, right? And we can talk about disclosure if anybody has something to say about it. Just because, don't give me your opinion if you haven't watched the movie, though. I don't like that. But if you do, please, by all means, all right. Yeah. So please, did you want to add something, Melissa?
Well, I was gonna ask about Three Eye Atlas and the Boogosphere.
No, well,
Does it
that's
is
that
that
was.
too
I mean,
much?
I mean, you just threw a whole buffet at me, right? You give me a second. I mean, we can come with it. So yeah. Well, I've been talking about Three Eye Atlas already since last year. Remember, like since wherever
Yeah.
you're crazy, Astro. I was talking about this since like April, March of last year. And again, well, it is around. It's already been seeding it. See that's the thing, right? So humans expect when Three Eye Atlas was around here, they expected to fucking have, I don't know, Mars attack because some of them really wanted that, or some kind of energy of excitement. But nobody realized that that day that the comet was passing by Jupiter and closest to Earth was the day that it actually seeded off a lot of meteoroids and comets all over the US. It was already doing its job. Just like Robin, you and I have been speaking about February 20th of 2026 is here. What happened that year? What happened that year?
This is, go ahead. Yeah, no,
4361 BC. And the reason
exactly.
I'm bringing this up is because this is how you can see the reality. On that day of February 20th, Donald Trump said, disclose the files. And this was a marker of that the world was now passing the torch to the new frontier, that we were never going to go back to the way it was. This was the marker. That was a day when you know the astrology like Nostradamus or the ones who wrote the book of Revelations, you know the calculations. And this was one of them, that this was a day. And now you're seeing the patterns because the world is not even a fucking dot of it. And that's a weird, awkward amazingness that we are riding in right now, right? So, Three Eye Atlas, and to your question, Melissa, to about the Boogosphere, I'm gonna have a live about the Boogosphere because I have so much. I've done too much of it. And Wendy, I think we should too because we can do a whole topic of that in just its layers.
Hello,
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, okay. Yes, Ileana, give me 1 second. We'll get to you.
Sure.
So, Melissa, we'll talk a little bit deeper about it. I know my subscribers loved it because the way that I explained it, it's so beautifully connected to you and who you are and the universal understanding. So, yes, we'll get into that, Melissa. I got you. All right. So, we're going to move down to Ileana if she had a question. And then we're going to, I don't know if you said hello. Well, yeah, we did say definitely Malou from France. And then we'll hear from Des. All right. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, Astro, I want to say that I've been watching you from a distance. Your energy is super energetic, very beautiful. And I know you follow astrology. I follow astrology, but not as much as you. Something is going to happen on June 29th. Can you explain?
Yes, the world's gonna end. Next, nah. Okay, someone.
No,
I
I know
have to
it's
do.
like a
No, no, no,
reset. It's
no.
like a
It is. It
reset.
is. No, no. It is. I mean, me get that. I was just joking around. So, all right. So on June 29th, 30th, I've been talking about this because there's two planets that are gonna shift that day. That's
Right.
gonna be very, very, very like it's gonna stop you in your tracks. If you are aware of this, you're gonna be glad because now you're gonna see what's in front of you. But if you're not, you're gonna feel like the hurdles are coming and holding you back. This is where Jupiter, the planet of where we've been having the lesson as a collective since last year with family. Family has been the lesson since last year around July till now. That's ending on the 30th. So what's going to happen then is that what I recommend, guys, it's know how to close family ties with amicable detachments for better, graceful connections that are here for you. It's allowing yourself for once in our lives to be the bigger person and to really allow the moments the universe is bringing us with our loved ones that might feel overwhelming, but it's just the confrontation of a lifetime that's going to give you the fucking release. And you have to the 30th, because when we pass that date and you haven't dealt with family situations, that shit is going to carry on to Jupiter Leo for a whole year. And instead of expressing from the heart of how awesome you are, because you allow yourself to know and love your family for who they are and move on, you're going to be not expressing your experience. You're going to be expressing the moments of how you and your family don't get along every Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, because
Well,
the
I
energy is
am
going
a
to push
Leo,
you.
and it's going to go into Leo. I
So
am
you
Leo.
release family and this is not for you only,
I've
for
already been doing that,
everybody.
actually.
Because I'm still doing it. As if I'm speaking, I haven't finished because it's right now everyone that still has that one thing. Allow it to be okay. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
No,
weak
I
by
agree.
saying that we are that. I can talk about my flaws on a daily basis, but I get up again and show people. That's why I've been here for 4 years every day. I
I
haven't missed a
know.
day. I don't take sabbaticals.
I know. I watch you from a distance,
So that's
and I'm like, wow, this guy. Do you even sleep?
oh, I'm
Everybody
not.
else. Right now,
I'm an
it's
AI
4 in the
spirit.
morning. Where are you?
I'm in Miami. I'm in Miami right now. Right? I'm about to jump in
Nice.
my pool. Whoa, my pool right there. But thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So that's what's happening, guys. And guess what? Mercury goes retrograde on the 30th too. So what I would recommend right now, everybody allow yourself to express what is inside suppressed. Because by the 30th, we're going to have to reflect for 21 days when it goes retrograde. And right now we're getting a sneak preview of what you're going to reflect on. And the sneak preview started a week ago. And the sneak preview that goes on to the 30th, because after that, when it goes retrograde, you're going to have to reflect on that. But if you express more, you're going to have more access to reflect on less and be able to actually make things happen from an observer level that's beyond your scope. That part. And I hope that helps you out, okay?
So, Astro, are you saying confronting the situations right now before the 29th is
I mean,
better?
I'm giving you the temperature, right? For that snowman to be
Okay.
built. There you
Okay.
go. All
Thank you.
right, guys. And this is a little astrology 101 with spirituality, ghosts, and my favorite, UAPs, right? Because the more I realize how many documentaries I bought, I sometimes have a compulsive buying finger that I didn't even see, Wendy, from 2018. I'm like, whoa, okay. And I started to watch some of these, right? Some that I finished, some that I didn't, right? Some that I'm like, oh my God, I can see the psyop in a lot of these documentaries too, that back then I didn't.
Yes.
Right? You're able to see, oh! So I just was blown away by that. But anyway, so where do we go from here? Des, would
Do
you
you
like to
want?
give a thought? Oh, yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, we after does. Do you guys want sassy or do you want UAP disclosure so I can get it up on the roster here? We have lots of questions. We can go
Okay. Sassy
sassy.
or. Nerdy.
UAP disclosure. Yeah.
That's sassy.
Okay, sassy. Des? Sassy or nerdy or UAP? Sassy or UAP? Sassy, okay. Okay, okay. Eliana, sassy?
Okay. I didn't know if
Oh,
Des wanted to weigh in for a
Sorry, I
second.
was lying down. I'm in the hospital. I didn't hear it.
oh
What are you
okay.
asking?
Okay, we're going to ask you guys a sassy question. We're going to go there, okay, Wendy?
Okay.
And so right now, mute yourselves and we're going to get to you, okay?
Okay.
Let's
Bye.
just go from here. Okay, Wendy, ask the question.
Okay. All right. Why do you all say that bad is a perception? Bad happens. End of story. Why is this even an argument? Stop being irresponsible, Wendy. All right. Anybody want to weigh in? Why do you all say that bad is perception? Robin, you're up.
Oh my
Rob,
god. This is like Christmas again in fucking June. I swear. Excuse my excitement language there. Um so why do people say bad is a perception, good is a perception? Well, because so I can look at a situation, right? And I can be like, "Yo, that's really bad." But for somebody else that's going to look at it, it could be good for them. So let's say, there's no universal measuring apparatus, first of all, that is going to show you like this right here is the level for qualifying for bad. This is the level that qualifies for good. Please measure here. It doesn't exist. It doesn't work because so I could say that me having to live in a 1-bedroom apartment is good, but somebody else would be like, oh my God, I could never live in a 1-bedroom apartment. That's bad. That's so bad. Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Or somebody that's maybe dealing with, an addiction and they're saying like, oh yeah, well, I was 3 days sober and then now I slipped and blah, 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 blah. That's bad. But no, recognizing it is good. So it's literally if you change the way you look at something, the thing you look at changes. And so am I doing okay, Astro? Do you want me to be
no,
quiet?
you're doing, no.
Okay. Okay.
Go
I was
ahead.
like, no, this is just,
I
it's
love it.
everything in this world doesn't have to have the measurement of good or bad because it's all about the resonance for you. So there's nothing that's universal about it. It's individual. It's an individual perspective and perception of situations that are outside of self, right? So when you realize that, it's not going to be the same as somebody else's. So there's really no bad. It's all been growth for you, period.
I love that. Because for me, when I get, oh no, real quick, I just make a joke because I love Robin and you guys, for me, it's like when I get pictures like, after I don't have money, right? But hey, well, look at these, right? Hey, for me, that's, I just want to make a joke. All right, go, Melissa.
Well, and just to go on to what Robin said too, like it's all off your own experience of what you've been through, of what good and bad could be as well. Like, um, somebody who's been homeless or whatever, yes, person who's living in a house could say that's bad, but I don't know where I'm going with it, but yeah.
It's what's good for you might be bad for me kind of medicine. Yes. Yes. And that's where it's at, right? Like, it's realizing that for me real quick one to answer is like anything that brings like a coherence, anything that brings something of a harmonized rhythm, of a bond, of a feeling, this is how you can measure what is good because you're doing it, you're feeling it. Anything with discord, anything that makes you lose your integrity with lies, that's going, and whatever it is, right? For me,
Okay.
cooking doesn't make me a good person. I don't like to cook. I don't even know. I don't even like. I've tried. Trust me. Even living in New York, I made deals. Oh, you know what? I'll clean. I'm Cinderella. I can clean your house just like that. I'm very good at it. But I don't cook, right? So when we think about it, I'm just bringing in perspective, right? And we're not aligned with who we are. We start to energetically just push ourselves and become infected because it makes us not be who we are, like at a job that we like. We're lying about it, whatever. But anyway, I'm just going there. Okay, Gypsy. Love that answer. Thank you, Robin. My fairy, my beautiful fairy, my third wife, Gypsy. Would you like to weigh in, my beautiful Gypsy? How you doing?
Hi, Astro. How are you? Yeah, I think that this is what I've learned. I've learned that a situation that seems heinous and horrible, even to you, at times can turn out being the biggest gift of your life and can change you in ways that you never thought were possible and usually lead to a spiritual awakening. Even though they were not something that you would have ever wished for, with it happening, it changes who you are and it makes you become the person that you are. And hopefully that's better, not bitter. And we have a choice in that. So I think that it is subjective. I do think we have a moral compass. I do. I think we were born with a knowing, a moral compass. I think that that's that feeling of, oh shit, I shouldn't do this, you know. I think that I believe in that, you know. But in hindsight of that, when things happen that are bad, sometimes incredible miracles and movements and changes bloom inside of you. And
Like a tragedy, you mean, right? Well,
yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, yes, but you know what I've realized? I've realized with the more conscious awareness that I have within action I take and with who I am, those bad moments, have we all not noticed that they can be lessons, right? Through
The
consciousness.
biggest lessons, the biggest growing moments.
But the tensity, that the tension can be lessened. It's not as intense. Tragedy doesn't have to occur as much as you grow, right? And I think that's also a beautiful thing too, because yes, we learn from the bad stuff. I like what you said there. But one thing I've realized is that a lot of people say it is what it is, life happens, and you learn from this, everything is here for you, right? But that can only go so far if we don't understand the awareness of the universe, right? Through us. Anyway, thank you for that answer. I was just getting, I guess, philosophical. I don't know why. What is that?
Yeah,
Oh my
it's a
God, wait, I need
double-edged
to go.
sword.
Oh my God, wait a second. I would need to be on camera for that one.
That was nice. I just found it. That was nice. I've been spending so much fucking money sending all this shit.
Oh, thank you for that. No,
Isn't that
much
beautiful?
appreciated. Thank you.
That was a
It
nice
was
one. I just found it.
beautiful.
I've never saw it before.
So now,
Oh,
go ahead, please, Robin.
I
Yeah, no,
just wanted
please.
to add one more thing, and then I think Wendy wanted to say something too. But I wanted to also say, like, if you look back at your life, right, and like at the moments, like when you're a teenager and you're like, God, this is so bad. Like, oh my gosh, this is so bad. Bad is temporary. Good is temporary. It's never set in stone. So like for there to be like anybody that says like, oh, but this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, well, it changes. The way that you grow, the way that your awareness rises, right? So when you are able to look back at your life and you realize that those moments, at the moment, it may have felt like it was bad because it was what? Uncomfortable, because it didn't keep you just in your comfort zone and you had to actually do something to move forward in your life. That's why people think things are bad, right? But it's never a permanent fixture. It's something that is always going to transform, transcend. It's changing all the time. Like I could sit here and be like, oh my gosh, yesterday it was so bad that I drank orange juice. But then today I could be like, oh my gosh, I'm not sick. I don't have a cold. I don't have, whatever. So the vitamin C was awesome. But like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Robin. Yes.
It makes perfect sense,
Wendy,
Robin.
go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Astro. I mean, Robin and I don't make very many friends this way, but it's all just a label, right? Existence, life, it's rolling out in front of you, and you're here to observe it, right? Without clinging to one side or the other of duality. And what the hell does that mean? That means preferences, right? That means not having them. That means not having expectations of outcome. That means surrendering to the experience. Right? When we decide that we want to control the outcome and that outcome does not meet our desired preferences, we deem it as bad, right? And in my opinion, resistance to the experience is what causes our suffering, right? Pain is inevitable. Suffering does not have to be. And in my opinion, everything is a stepping stone to your ascension, right? And trauma was a catalyst to my own awakening, right? So that means I'm grateful for it all. The good, the bad, the ugly, whatever the hell you want to call it. It got me here. Being face down in the carpet forced me inward. It caused, or it was a catalyst for a spiritual awakening. Perception is reality. Perception is reality. And once people learn that, things change. Everything changes, yeah?
Face down in the carpet. Wendy. I mean, I could tell you my stories too. I was in New York, but it was even worse. I love that. Thank you for sharing that, because it's like, who was it? Sally, right? I love your story when you say that, because it's true.
That's Sally.
May I say
Sally,
something?
right? Of course, please.
Well, everybody's born with their spiritual aura. I have learned in my life that I am being led. Everything that I do is like I'm being guided to do this, go in this direction, learn this. Or if I get a song in my head, I've now realized my soul is telling me, listen to the fucking words. I'm talking to you. When that song keeps going over and over and over, and you can't get it out of your head, it's your soul talking to you. And yeah, I feel in my life, I'm always being led. I'm being guided. Let's just say that. Being guided in whatever direction. And
I like that.
When you're talking about all this suffering, that's how you learn. Because the suffering is not that you're supposed to learn and come out bitter. You're supposed to, like your soul is supposed to elevate and realize you do not want that, or you are not that person. You are better than this. You are supposed to come out of the dark side, like not bitter. And a lot of people come out very bitter. A lot of people are very like, I can't stand this. I hate that. That's not the way it's supposed to be. God doesn't I don't feel that God puts bad things in your life. Everything is a lesson, and everything is you're walking through a journey. It's kind of incredible. And right now, we are all it's scary and it's exciting, because a lot of shit is coming down. And I'm older. I'm on the other end. But
let's not talk about age. People like to throw it like a newspaper around here from me, but it's so true. It's so true, because it connects you to that part of who you are, and to live life. Forget that part.
And we are all very connected. And although I follow a lot of the elements, I am fire, but I connect to the earth a lot. I am always walking with no shoes, on the dirt, on the ground. I try to connect, and that grounds me, because my fire, when my fucking Leo gets up there, I can kill somebody. So I try to ground myself to bring that fire down. Because I have a lethal mouth, I have to say.
And that's a power of amazingness that you just expressed. You expressed something of you that you still are part of you, a Leo. I'm going to give you the roar, but I'm still somebody that is healing, but it doesn't make you weaker by expressing the part of you that is a Leo, the fire. The part of me that is sad, right? Because a lot of times we shut that part of who we are down, because we don't know yet how to utilize it at the moment, right? Like an X-Men. And this is what my purpose is, to show you the power of what we try to not be, and be it. Just we work through it. So thank you for that, because we do have guidance, we do have angels, we do have all this, and all it takes is alignment. And remember, guidance that's pure is calm, right? It's not chaotic. Anybody who comes in, I got a message for you, sweetie. What's wrong here? Because somebody give her some valerian, she needs rest. Yeah, because a lot of that going on right now. But thank you for sharing that. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like, when you want to, like, you leave your house, you're in a rush, and all of a sudden you forgot this, you forgot that, because you are being stopped from going out at that time. Everything is so connected. It's like a huge pretzel and a puzzle. Everything is connected, and we are all connected. Anyway, that's.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Anybody else would like to answer? Aldez, I haven't heard you, and then we'll welcome Voltano. Right? Am I pronouncing it right?
Polanco.
See, I just so make it Volanto, okay. Des, would you like to share, and then we'll move on to Volanto?
Okay, so the question was, why do we use the word bad, use the word as bad as perception, right? So when we say bad is perception, we have to be careful because that does not mean harm is imaginary. Pain is real, y'all. Abuse is real. Loss is real. Betrayal is real. Injustice is real. So would never use that phrase to dismiss someone's suffering. What it means is that what it means is the word bad is often the first label we give something before we understand what it is teaching, revealing, redirecting, or protecting us from. Sometimes what we call bad in the moment is actually exposure. It shows us who was unsafe. It shows us what system was broken. It shows us where we abandoned ourselves. It shows us what we can no longer continue, right? Bad is perception because perception depends on timing. In the middle of the storm, we may only see destruction. Later, we may realize the storm cleared something that was already unalived. That does not make the storm comfortable, nor does it make it painless, but it changes the meaning. And this is why Mars, Saturn, and Pluto get called difficult, right? Because Mars brings conflict, but it teaches courage. Saturn brings restriction, teaches structure. Pluto brings endings and truth from the underworld, but it also teaches transformation. They feel bad when we are attached to what they are removing, confronting, or exposing. So when we say bad is perception, we mean more bad is often the first interpretation, not always the final truth. Like I said, some things are harmful and need boundaries. Some things are painful but necessary. Some things are ending that become liberation, and the wisdom is learning the difference. So bad is perception because the wound is real, but the meaning is still being revealed.
So,
100%
boom.
does. The
Yeah, and I want,
perception, this is Uranus and Gemini. Perception, perception, perception. What you believe is based on the experiences that you have, right? So, like you guys were saying earlier, this hurts you in a different way than something else, but it connects more to you. Why? Because of what you've experienced. What you perceive will change your perspective. So I like that you said that, Debs.
all right. Thank you very much. Des, I'm going to see if somebody else wants to come up. I'm going to drop, what is that? So many gifts. Thank you, guys.
Because the English is getting really hard to see
Nice
you
one.
speak.
So thank you, Des, for staying up. Thank you, ladies, for staying up. At 5 a.m. in the morning, South. Thank you. I want to hear your way in. Thank you. This is means a lot to me, right? He doesn't do that, Robin, right? You know, it's like, thank
I'm
you.
like, I'm super shocked that he's still here. And I'm like, yay, I
Mhm.
love it. I love it.
Thank you. All right. So Des, thank you very much. Or do you want to have a last share, or we'll see each other tomorrow or later on today, as it is?
Esakamaya takinana and that konobarko maraya ta kanashkaya katia kamadokowai. Itasakia. And until next
Thank
time.
you. Thank you, my friend. And I got to tell you guys, it took me a really long time because I don't understand light language like her and Robin. But I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. The reason I know is legit is because in astrology, we have a chemistry. Her chemistry and Robin aligns. I showed them both, right? Because I don't like to tell people without showing them what I'm talking about. Love you, Des. All right. So, South, would you like to weigh in or anybody else on the question or go deeper into it? Or Wendy, another question coming up? Let me know.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
All right. Can you expand on Chris Bledsoe's predictions regarding Regulus, the Sphinx, and disclosure? Astro, right up your alley, friend.
Yes, so this is an interesting one because Chris Bledsoe speaks about the star and the connection to Regulus. And so what we have coming up during that time is the eclipse. And this eclipse that's coming up around that time is going to bring a moment in time of a window to the connection that we've been talking about, Wendy, in February till April of 2027, because these are like the mechanics. You don't press the accelerator without turning on the ignition. You turn on the ignition. So this is where it's going at. And so what's happening around that time, and I will say it like this, you know how I've been talking about Elon Musk playing a role. He's already started it big time. And what is going to be part of that role? Part of the exploration of what he's going to give us. What I love about this, in his chart, it talks about his purpose connecting during that time. And with Chris Bledsoe talking about these as the eclipses that I've been telling you about, right? These are points and markers of time. And so I believe that this is going to be where there is already going to be something put out there. And we talked about Project Pony, Beam.
What?
Okay.
What?
That was,
When did we start bringing animals into this?
I don't know. I mean, it's 5 a.m. I'm getting to that point, right? So that right there. So I believe that it's a marker, right, Wendy? Because there's a lot of people who's been speaking about this. It's not about the date. It's about the alignment. That's where I know people don't understand about that. So when people say, I heard
I've
it's
heard
this
that.
date,
It's
it's
about
because
the alignment.
it's about the alignment,
I
because it's
saw
not because,
someone in England when I was working in England. I was a waitress.
oh,
Would you like to know the history? It's very
maybe,
fast.
I mean, okay, if
I
it's
saw
faster than,
someone who was not human.
oh, well, let's start with that. How
It's
did that
very
go?
fast. It happened in 1 second.
That
I
means
was a
better rest.
waitress in a French restaurant in England, and then it was 10 years ago. And that's why I don't speak very well. The man was on my line of vision when I was washing a table. He was with a woman. They were two, and he asked. So I saw him. So I saw him. I worked my head, and I saw his eyes completely black. No more white. Nothing. Completely black. And 1 second, coming back normal at the same instant. And after he asked me in the way, could you give me the bill, please? But promise you, I promise you it's true. And when I talk about that, people laugh. But I laugh as well because
It's
people
funny. I
laugh
mean,
on me.
I mean,
You
I didn't
know.
expect, yeah,
But
but
I will remember this moment at the end of my life, sir. I will remember that. For me, it was a gift. They didn't scare me, nothing, because I used to. I trust in them since I'm young, and I promise you, I'm sure they knew I knew, and they make everything to don't make me scared. And it was a gift I will remember until the end of my life. So that's it. Thank you very
okay.
much. Thank
Wow.
you.
Wow.
Love you all.
You surprised me there. Okay. I'm gonna drop you to bring you back up, but thank you for that story. You did surprise me. I didn't expect the first sentence to be, the alien right away. But yes, don't worry about sharing here. I mean, come
Sometimes
on.
something very, very fast can change everything, and it's a
Oh
gift you
my
have to
God.
happen. You have to say welcome to the gift. It's so
And
nice.
express it. Thank you very much, Malou from France. I love it. I lived in Strasbourg for about a year, studied abroad. So
Very welcome. I'm
merci
so happy.
beaucoup.
Thank you to you to accept me on your line. It's so nice. I'm so happy. I'm new on
There you
TikTok.
go. Well,
Thank you
there you
so much.
go. Thank you. Come back again, Wendy, and Be the Changes on tomorrow if you guys are more interested in the conversation. Today we gave a little drive-by, but thank you for coming. I'm going to drop you, bring somebody else up. Thank you. We always like having foreigners. I love French. Ooh la la.
I'm
So,
going to also go, if you don't mind. But I just wanted to
okay.
say, Astro, you're so funny. Your facial expressions are hysterical. You are so fucking funny. Anyway,
Oh, thank you.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, no.
I enjoyed the energy in this room with the panel is beautiful.
Okay,
You
thank
guys don't
you.
know this. I'm in the hospital and I have picked up a lot of your energy. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh no, listen, thank you. Like, I mean, my pleasure to give that, and for the panel, that was my purpose. Muchas gracias y que Dios te bendiga. All right, I
Así
got
mismo,
you.
mi amor. ¿Tú eres cubano?
Tengo parte de eso. Look at her. All right, guys. I need to use a little boys' room. No more than 2 minutes.
Okay.
You got me? Thank you.
Yeah, well, because somebody asked a question down in the chat about light language and speaking in tongues. So I was going to kind of address that. Let me go back to finding it. Light language and speaking in tongues and the differences. So when it comes to light language is like the language of your soul. It's it's something that comes from your soul. It's your like essence of your core of who you are, right? And it's so it's your soul speak. Speaking in tongues, people will normally try to say that that's like source or God speaking through them. And so I've never spoken in tongues, and I'm using air quotes, right? But like Des was just speaking light language, and I've spoken light language. We've had conversations about it. And it's not something that you can put in words, right? It's actually just a frequency that resonates, and you can feel what the meanings of what's being said, right? You can sense it, you feel it in your core, in your heart, in your soul. And it's not like a interpretable, if you will, language. It's literally just the resonance of home, the resonance of where you came from. That's my personal opinion and understanding of it. I don't know. Oh, Des is up here. Yeah, so that's my understanding.
Oh, I mean, if Des wants to come back up and talk about that. I was interested in what Wendy Be the Change was saying and Astro talking about the dates. You know, it is because this is where Jupiter in Leo is going to be with the South Node, our karmic past. We will be living the experience through Jupiter, because remember, Jupiter goes through a sign for a year. It's a lesson of the year. Jupiter switches signs every year, and it's going to be with the South Node. So this is where we're going to be empowered to either self-express what we want out of life or be demanding from others from our entitlement. And that's going to be big. Which way can we grow? Can we lead without being bossy? And that's what's going to bring up. And that's why with the North Node Aquarius, it's going to happen. You know, you have not only Elon Musk, but Mark Rubio. Both of them are North Node Aquariuses with Mars net conjuncting it.
I love how you brought that up, South, right? Oh, go ahead, please finish.
I did.
Okay, thank you, South. Well, and I love how you guys are integrating with us, right? Because like part of this thing is about let's integrate our belief systems without having to agree to disagree. It's about integration for better connection. It's about realizing that your beliefs are very personal, but let's start personalizing them in a connection that allows us to be ourselves. But I think it's about also finding the grounding. And the only way to find grounding is by having some objective that's a method that is science. It keeps us there, right? And people have such a concept of science in the spiritual community, right? Because like I get it. There's a scientific journal that's controlled by certain individuals of what they allow in, because there's also independent studies that are done by independent scientists of quantum and all that, right? But that scientific journal, which is our Bible, it's still something that gives us a method. And when we talk in those who know science, they call, you know what they call phenomenon, right? That's a way of saying that something they don't understand yet, right? So therefore it's not true nor true. But when we add philosophy and spirituality into it, you're giving science a meaning. Like science knows that full moon is going to be there every 30 days, 29. It's always going to be there. You can observe a full moon and calculate it. That's a fact. And then when you bring a meaning to it, the full moon, the mother goddess, it's our emotional memory of how the waters within ourselves and the universe work. You're giving meaning to that moon. You're giving a meaning to something that's objective. And that's why it's important to have that. Wendy said, reality is perception. That's an objective. That's a fact. That's science. And then you have your beautiful perspective that gives it a meaning. But I see a lot of people running around a meaning with no objective to observe, and this can be very meaningless. So I just want to leave it at that, but I don't know. That just came from, I got a download, but it's part of the planetary alignment. And thank you, Sal, for sharing about this. So I don't know where we're going with this, Wendy, but this has been great, Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity. We're going to keep it going for another, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45. I have the energy. Look at me. And
Thank you so much for hosting. Just a pleasure to be here. You need to watch the facial expressions though, because I totally lose my composure. I do have another. I do.
Okay,
I'm just kidding. It's funny. I do have another question if the panel is
sure.
willing. Okay, this is stemming from last night. We talked about NDEs. Somebody wants to know, in simple terms, what happens to consciousness after the body dies?
Oh, well, okay, I'll answer quick on that one first. So I believe the body, right, as we are part of Earth, that part of Earth that we go back into, right? Earth is like a big carcass of life. Think about that. And so our body goes back into here through our bones, right? Because we are here to be remembered, Wendy. You are here to be remembered as a ufologist. For me, from that, leaving an imprint. What is your purpose, right? So that part is beautiful too, that part of death. And consciousness, this is part of the soul's network. And it's a soul's journey that allows us through its moment in time of a vessel that's expired. And now it's an evolution of where we go next. I believe it's where that's just it right there. We, how would you know when you do die unless you've had a near death experience, right? Because like you could wake up and how would you know that you're like in astrology and in charts, right? You cannot predict death like that. You have the power of that. But believe it or not, there's ways of where the universe tells us like this is a time for you to have awareness. Don't go bungee jumping or do extremes. Because like when I've done patterns with Robin to see that you have the power, but when you have awareness sometimes, right, into that. So not to get off track to the question, right? But consciousness, I believe consciousness is something that actually goes into the part of your body. The subconscious is a soul that keeps on living, that creates consciousness through birth. There you go.
I love it. Thank you so much. Does anybody else in the panel want to weigh in? And hi, Volanto.
Hey, good morning. Hope everyone's doing well.
Absolutely, Volanto. Do you want to weigh in on this one? Not to put you on the spot. What do you think happens to consciousness after the body dies?
I try to simplify it as interdimensional, something that, because there's plenty of experiences where people go to a completely different place, NDEs, and then we've got experiences where they've seen their body in the same room, not traveled very far from, their flesh. So it's trying to explain what quantum is. Quantum is something you can't see, but it is all around you. And quantum is interdimensional. Trying to explain where the consciousness goes is difficult because we have a choice to choose where we want our consciousness to travel. We travel interdimensionally, we travel through the quantum realm. Consciousness is powerful. We have the ability to travel. So yeah, that's as simple as I can put it.
I know for me, I get confused sometimes between like consciousness and awareness. And I feel like consciousness is kind of like the human part of our experience, right? And I think that awareness
I think how do I want to say it? Existence. Our existence is a little bit different than our consciousness, right? And so I think that consciousness just kind of stays earthly, and yeah, now I just totally lost my train of thought.
I like how you said that, though. That's what I was talking about. The alchemical process, right? You know, the subconscious in what we call the monad, or in alchemy, it's a soul, right? It's your soul in the feminine, right? The Christ consciousness, right? And the consciousness is a spirit that brings awareness to the vessel through ignition of light. So I just connection. That's all.
Yes, yes, yes.
Hi everyone.
Hi. Hi.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm always kind of minded when someone asks me, what do I think happens? I always think we kind of leave this earthly realm, if you want to call it that, and we return to ourselves, our true selves. And I'm always minded. There's a song by a band called Enigma, which is the Return to Innocence. And those feelings that we have of love, devotion, feeling, emotion, it sums it up for me what the whole kind of human experience is all about, because we are experiential beings, right? You know, everything we do and everything that comes out of our mouth straight away is a memory. So we're living our life always kind of experientially, if that kind of makes sense. And someone posted yesterday, don't be frightened of how people might see you, because it's your true self that you're being true to. So I just think that when we kind of leave this kind of earth and our existence, our consciousness does return to that true self, and it's only then when it's revealed before we move on to the next plane of existence. But the song is called Return to Innocence, and it's by a band called Enigma, and it's a beautiful song. The lyrics are beautiful as well.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you. Anybody else want to answer the question that Wendy asked? Gypsy or anybody who hasn't answered it, please. Thank you for that, by the way, for real.
Yeah, I love that song. It's a beautiful song, one of my favorites. As far as the question goes, I look at it a little bit different. I think awareness is important to have here, for recognition reasons and for decision making and having awareness of self and others. I think our consciousness and conscious entanglement remains. I think that once we leave this plane, we go on to a different place. And we are in our true essence. We go back to true self. So I think that the consciousness is what continues, a great part of who and what we are. So I think that goes on, and awareness. Yeah, I believe we're aware, but the awareness in itself, I think, is a very helpful thing here on Earth. More so when we fall back into our essence of being kind of ethereal, if for lack of a better term. But I still believe that we are conscious and aware, and that's how we communicate, is through our consciousness. So I kind of see it just a little, I see it a bit different, but I think that, it's all beautiful no matter what. And I think that there is really nothing to fear when we move on from here. I experienced it briefly. I don't know, it was to come after that, but in that brief time, there was no feeling of fear. There was no feeling of anything but peace and love.
Oh, well, okay. I don't think it was different than what I was saying. I think it was actually pretty simple. I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying, Cancer. I understand you.
Astro,
Anyway,
can I weigh in on this?
yeah, please.
Yeah, so Robin was talking about the difference between awareness and consciousness, and I always have the same questions, and so I tend to defer to Michael Singer, and I really like the way that he explained it. So he says that awareness is the ability to observe the experience, whereas consciousness is the field in which that experience occurs. So that helps me, but I'd love to weigh in on the question and just keep it simple, right? Because this person obviously wants to know, do we go on? Right? Do we go on? What happens to consciousness after the body dies? So if you aren't your body, right? If you're not your thoughts, if you're not your emotions, if you're energy, which can never be created nor destroyed, then you are forever. So when death happens, it must be, right? It must be a transformation to something else. So who knows? Perhaps your consciousness enters or starts another incarnation. Perhaps not. Perhaps it does something else that we haven't even thought of yet, but it goes on, and that's the point. We are infinite. And so hopefully that helps just a little bit. Thank you.
Would you wear a red dress to you at my funeral when we're 90?
Yes.
All right. So, that was okay. So, who wanted to answer? I saw somebody unmute themselves. Please go ahead.
I was laughing.
Volantos. Yes. Go ahead.
Volantos. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add my personal feeling is that the personality that I have on this planet, it's a part of who I am. So remember that just because we go somewhere different or return to our original self doesn't mean we don't carry the traits that we have. The variation, that's the beautiful thing about the pattern we see in life. You know, we all have cats or dogs, but they're different in their own way. We see a leaf and another leaf. The beauty of that is that no thing is the same. No snowflake is the same. That's the pattern we've seen. No star is the same. There's millions, trillions. So the message is, you know, don't fear that you're going to lose yourself. I mean, it does sound amazing just going into a peaceful, blissful return, which is going to happen. However, don't feel like we're going to lose that part of ourselves, that joy, because we need to remember the bad, the yin and the yang, so that we can feel the love. The love comes from badness. So that carries with us as well when we return to that one collective consciousness, whether the conscious stays on the planet and our subconscious goes somewhere else, it doesn't matter. The point is you will remain you. So pass this journey with love, and that's it. Continue with love, and wherever you go, you will keep that.
All right. So you heard the message. Do something with your life. I'm just kidding. Beautiful message. I love that because it's true, right? I mean, we are part of this imprint, and Earth is made out of a lot of us put together, and we come back here again. So thank you for sharing that. Welcome. No name or no name. Hello, cool glasses. Would you like to share?
Good morning. How is everybody doing?
Well, we're definitely doing so. Yep, go on. Would you like to weigh in on the question or what you heard? What brought you up here?
Just the prompt and what the people were discussing about consciousness and awareness. I think they're interesting topics. Like especially you start getting into the distinction between awareness, consciousness, things like that. It can start getting confusing for people, I think, who don't even know.
Like a jambalaya. Okay, true. All right. So how would you facilitate it?
Yeah. So it's if people can start to see that there's something that witnesses thought, there's something that witnesses emotion, there's something that witnesses the body, and knows that it's there. At that point, I don't differentiate it between consciousness and awareness. I just let the person see that there's something that's witnessing those things, and they can label it as they want. And I personally do this through meditation. That's just the tool that I've used to understand it and how I help other people understand it. And then once they kind of can see that they're not that they're the watcher of the thought, that they're not the thinker. They're the watcher of the thinker. They can start to um, go into deeper states of understanding of things, and then you can talk about like the difference between like consciousness and awareness. I think because you're just splitting hairs at that point, really. And different people will use different terms for different things, so it kind of gets a little bit confusing. But I just like to say that awareness is the thing that remains constant all the time, and consciousness is a state that changes. So your state of consciousness can change. You could be happy, you could be sad, you can have a thought that you're ruminating on, you can have a good
But
thought, a bad thought.
can you though? Or
But
is there
can you?
consequences that have to be faced? Because like that would be the flip side of what Wendy was talking about. Because if you think about it, right, the consciousness field, the awareness is what you do with that field. It's like a science, right? And see, I simplified it there.
Can you say that again? I think I didn't catch your point.
Consciousness is the field, and the awareness is what you do with that field through it. So that right there's a simplified way of seeing it, right? To understand that, right? Consciousness is always there. If not, you'd be dead.
So you can look at it that way. I usually flip it, but
Oh well, flips
you
are
can
good.
it's a term. Do you know what I mean? You get stuck on the term, you kind of lose the
Yes.
the state or the recognition of it.
I'm just joshing you, having a good time. All right. Like it's about like, let's, because you have MCs like it's serious. All right. All right. So,
Gotcha. But in the
go
end,
for it.
it's all about love, right? You understand that you're
Okay.
not.
Let's not get all mushy there. Sometimes. No. Yeah. Yes. Love is the answer, everybody. Yes. Yes, it is. I
Well,
love this. Is fun.
once you start realizing that you're not yourself and you're not your body, and you realize everybody else is the same as you, that awareness or that consciousness that you have that's witnessing things is the same thing that everybody else has.
Yeah. Yes.
Not how they're presenting.
Well, because it's a lens,
Do you know what I
right?
mean?
We all have our personal lens, right? And through our lenses, right? So let's think about it
Right.
like this, right? When I was in film school, I love the lens because your lens, the eye is a replica of the lens, right? So when we understand that the lens, that when there's a time that there's a light that's hitting the lens where it's positioned, how do we adjust that aperture, right? And when we start to understand within our scope of our perspective of each of our lenses, it's just that part right there, right? It's personalized, but know that that personality comes within a vibration of a whole. And I think that's where we ground ourselves, right? And not lose ourselves
Right.
because a lot of, spiritual psychosis, it's like right now kind of reaching its peak from 2023 that it started to rise. Because why? Why would that be? Why would people? Because when we realize that if you're not embodying something when your creative mind cannot embody something through your imagination, through consistency of action, it becomes a contaminant. It becomes like infection because you're not embracing it. You're not making it happen. You're not actually embodying what you are putting out there and intaking. So having awareness of your conscious field during this time goes a long way. But not to go off topic anyway. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here, right? Anybody seen Disclosure? No? I recommend everybody watch it because then next week I'm going to be talking about it, dissecting it more than ever. Because it's a really good movie. It's the more that I think about it, the more that it's such an amazing time that I was able to go with my brother, my dad, and my brother-in-law to go watch it and talk about it. And my dad thought it was an amazing movie. He's a fucking Catholic. I love him. Go ahead.
Really?
No.
He's Catholic? How did he respond to it, Astro? Just out of curiosity.
My brother was there. He loved it. He liked the
No,
movie. He loves
your dad.
Spielberg.
Your dad.
Yeah,
Your dad.
yeah. He liked it. He loved it right away. I asked him, "What'd you think?" He's like, "Good. Good movie." And you know what's crazy about that? Because from like 2018, me, my brother, my mom, who kind of had an awareness of this, like he would poke at us, right? All the time, especially like me, because like my expression. But it's kind of beautiful to see this now. Enjoy the moment a movie that I can watch with him, right? Because I haven't gone to movies in a long time with him, and that was an amazing. It was actually an amazing moment. I haven't gone with him to a movie in 10 years, Wendy. Thinking about it now, and that movie to be one of the best ones, yeah. And he liked it, and it was amazing. Because usually he gives his opinion, right? I don't know if he's still probably passed out, but or awake. My dad, right? Like if he doesn't like it, yeah. So, yeah, he did.
So
Sorry,
cool.
my mom. It is cool, guys. It is because you see, religion wants to do what it wants to do, but it's not going to happen. Is it going to take some? Well, there's a song about Ursula, poor unfortunate souls in pain.
Okay.
That right there, right? But I'm just living it because what I see coming this next month, this is going to be such a speed of time. You think things are fast now? Like July, is it like it's bye-bye. And then it's going to take a little slow by September to vamp up again in February. February? But before we go all the way to February, you better enjoy this fucking ride. There's opportunities to your right or left. It just doesn't come in the same way. It's like a nun having to work with I don't know, a stripper lounge, but they're spiritual strippers. I don't know where that came out of, but kind of like that. I don't know why I said that. All right.
Do you mind if I follow up on something that you mentioned?
Yeah, please, by all means, go.
You mentioned about spiritual psychosis reaching a peak. Can you say more about that?
So right now, the alignments, for example, Uranus is in Gemini. This chemistry creates a response in humans for a fast mind. Download information, download. And it becomes just an infection. It becomes an infection of what you're picking up, but it's not yours because you cannot digest it. And what happens with that, it becomes a real infection of how you express. So your expressions become very distorted because you haven't been cycling your energies through expression. And we reach that point. And this point has been highlighted. You see what I mean? But how to know, honestly, because you got to know how to really connect with people and not to be a bitter bitch, but to know the time of compassion, right? And the way to kind of, you know how I protect myself, bro? Right now, this is my job, right? My job, right? I've been doing it for 4 years. Here in my house, this has allowed me to have a good relationship with my brother because sometimes we don't, right, Sal? I can be that. I know that. But through my job, why? Because I'm a better person when I connect to my heart. Astrology is part of my heart, right? So when astrology is part of my heart, I'm a better person naturally without force. Love is the answer comes to you guys because I bring the fun out of what I do. I bring the joy. I bring the heart. That's how you know it's for you. That right there, right, allows me to really kind of ride the wave to know the temperatures. And spiritual psychosis is only available to those that really are not connecting from the heart, but they're connecting from the mind and duty of function. And this is detrimental for the next month because a lot of people are thinking because they're productive. And this is where I'm one of those because I have a lot in my chart that's very Virgo, but this is where the universe says, I don't give a fuck. This is where if your devotion, if your duty doesn't have a devotion from the heart, if it's pure function because this is how love is, that's making you lack of motivation, lack of inspiration, insomnia, digestive issues. The body's talking hard of what we're trying to control, saying that we're not. It's costing our health. It's costing us our sleep during this whole year. And this next month, it's going to amp up. But on the bright side, now that you have awareness of this, you surrender to what you've been doing without expectations of how it's going to turn out. It's not about surrendering to what doesn't serve you. That's so last year. Stick with it. Stick with it. I did. My 4th podcast. How am I alive? I don't know. Maybe the passion that I do gives me that energy.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Anyway,
When I think of spiritual psychosis, I've seen people who some of the energies that become available once you have different kind of seeings or awakenings,
you want
if you want to call it.
Yeah, you want to hear something crazy though? This is where they've actually Trump signed an executive order to open up more mental institutions.
Mhm.
This goes back to the 1850s and 60s. Same alignment. There's a pattern in spiritual awakening that causes people to go insane. It's patterns that we've seen.
Well,
But do you know what's amazing though? I see humanity going better because the patterns of recognition in history are always evolving to a better degree. That part should keep humans at least in a more positive state of mind. Love your humans. Humans hate humans. That's not a good thing either. I'll tell you that much.
yeah, yeah. What I've seen, especially people in retreats and things like that, when they're meditating a lot, and the spiritual energy is really concentrated in one spot, and the body's not ready for it, and it gets activated, it can go up straight into the mind, and they can have um, delusions. They can have visions when their eyes are open. They're seeing things, they're hearing things. They can become very paranoid. So they
Yeah,
want to
but
do
that's not. But
spiritual
that's not a
psychosis.
good thing. That's where we're going. So we
No,
want to stay out of that, right? We need to because
no,
right
I
now
agree.
because right now it's a real thing, guys. We can even do a live about that because it's something that's already been written out, right? But then again,
Yeah.
it's knowing that with great power comes great responsibility. If you want to be Tinkerbell princess on the weekend and know that you astral travel remote view and have the clairs all on the weekend, okay, that comes with great responsibility, right? Because right now the
That's right.
universe is telling you, show me what you're good at. It really is. Show me. And Wendy has been showing it for a fucking year. Every fucking day for a year, she is showing the universe what she is good at. That's how the universe gives you the currency of a lifetime. But if it's kept silent, right? It's like a cook telling you, I'm a good cook, but you've never cooked me a goddamn meal. This is where the universe is saying, where's your consistency? And so Wendy, yeah, I'm going to give her fucking respect. That's what respect is, consistency. Not because I like you. I'll love you, but you're not getting my respect. I'm not going to disrespect you though, but you earn it when I see that consistency. You embody something that you've already wanted to be. It's happening. You're seeing it. My brother, astrologers, we made it happen through consistency, through him wanting to throw me out the window and me too. But we made it happen every day showing up. Robin making it through her chakra meditations, her way. You're making it a reality. And I see in the spiritual community, a lot of people talking of all these emphasis and armors and clairs they have. But what I don't see is a direction. Because if you don't have something to name, where do you know you're going? That time's over. There was a time for that happening. But notice that the universe is pushing you now to be it. And you're starting to see the mask fall off. You're starting to
Yeah,
see the mask fall off because if
I,
you're not matching what you're saying, there was a time that God is great, God is merciful, allowing you to have time to figure it out. There's no more layaway. Time's up. And that's a beautiful
yeah,
thing too.
yeah. I'm actually I'm with you on this. I'm actually I meet with people to try to help them figure out what their actual core values are, because a lot of people don't know. And if you're not aligned with your core value, like what you actually really truly care about, and it's different for each person. That's where character comes in. But if they can access that and really see what they care about and align with that and express it in life, then they're doing what they naturally love, what they're good at, and it seems like life kind of paves the way for them.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to leave you guys with this. If anybody wants to answer after, because I'm going to be ending it soon. And I think this went great, but I'm going to leave you with a question because this is something that's really connected to what makes a person evil, right? We are here. Your soul doesn't need like your human vessel to sleep, to eat, and to shit. Your soul wants. You came here to want. What do you desire, friend? Because the moment that you came here for that, the gods are making a line to come here for that experience. What do you desire? And the moment I desired to be an astrologer, I put the effort with a side dish of passion that comes with suffering, because it does to make it happen. The desires fulfill your heart. but you're not looking for exterior. You are the value. You are the self-worth. You cannot manifest. Self-worth is not something you can attain. It's something that's within. And when we start to realize the connections that you are worth it, this is key. The values. But not to go much too off course, know your values, know your desires. Because the moment that you're able to make that happen, your heart will grow. See, that's part of the deception of the spiritual movement. I don't want nothing. Like minimalism makes you a better person. Misery gives you the Holy Cross. Why? I mean, Jesus itself didn't get a paycheck, but he didn't pay for a house or for food. It was given to him because that motherfucker knew his worth and had 12 servants working for him, quote unquote, because he knew his worth. Not think about that value that man knew, just like every other prophet. That's value. They're not going to go out there like fucking spiritual poverty out there that we see now. Know your value this week. You're going to see how far that shit goes if you want to make it happen. I'll leave it at that for that note. Thank you. Oof.
I was just going to say, because you said about what is evil, and I think it all ties down to the spiritual hierarchy we was talking about. I believe everybody has the same opportunity. I know you're using words like time's up, but, you know, be the change. You know, I used to be fixated. I tell you, when I was about 14, I stole a sweet from a sweet shop. I knew what I was doing was wrong. You know, and then my mum said, once a thief, always a thief. So I was like, I didn't think about that. Is that now me? Can I change? You know, these words resonate with me. They stuck inside of my soul, essentially. You know, it was hard for me to develop from that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that we can find our worth and what aligns to us, but sometimes we're brought up in difficult backgrounds. We have hard environmental change, but don't ever think...
I was born in a third world country. I know that. I'm sorry. No, you don't have to mute yourself. We're trying to do a podcast here. Like, I want to connect with you, brother. I think you're amazing. And I get what you're saying. When I said time's up, right, for those who know me, it's not because I'm telling you because it's coming from me, right? The alignments give us a temperature. When I tell you that it's 32 degrees that you can make a snowman, because that's when snow comes at that degree, is because this is divine timing, right? And so the universe right now is asking us to collect this part of what we've been doing, right? Your way. I can't tell you how to do it. Right? And then when you realize that you align with a universal order that's part of you, you see that the universe really gives you all the force that you need that you don't have to put into. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, I wasn't putting it as a negative. I guess it come across that way. But yeah, I agree. We all have that opportunity because the change is happening for everybody. And I guess what I'm just trying to say is don't feel held back because of your past. You know, you can wake up, each day is a new day. You can wake up and have this awareness, come onto social media, talk to people like us and join this panel. I mean, I've only just recently joined these panels, you know.
That's amazing.
A few months ago, I was doing religious debates because I thought that was where I want to throw my energy because I have some knowledge about that. But why am I here? Do you ever just sit there and think, why am I here? Why am I doing this? You know, and it's resonating with me. There's no other explanation for it. Why are we doing this? Think about it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Voltanos, right? Voltanos?
Volanto.
Okay, it's some spectrum I'm in. I don't know. Okay, whatever. I'm trying. I'm trying.
I don't even know if I'm saying it right, to be honest with you.
So
you guessing?
Oh, you're one of those. So where do we go from here? I hope you guys enjoyed this. This was my first time. Wow, 181 viewers. So the stars were right. That's so.
You did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for hosting. I had a blast. Thank you, Astro. Wonderful job.
I was like nervous tension after. I was like, I'm like, what do I do, right? And we made it happen, right? So thank you, Wendy, right? Because again, I might know the weather, but through friends and each other, we make it happen. All right, so we're gonna end it at that, and and I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, thank you. Bye bye.